everybody. It's Ron Jackson here on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. And I'm going to be going live as well on Instagram and TikTok. And just so you know, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to play a song. So let me go live actually right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So I'm going to be taking questions and answers. I'm going to be playing a song called Nobody Else But Me on the 6-string guitar. Then I'm going to switch to 7-string so you can see the difference a little bit here. Let me go live right now on Instagram and TikTok as well. So everybody, I'm going to be taking questions and answers. And also, just so you know, I'm having a sale on my website. And, it's 40% off everything, and it's going to be ending very soon. It's an extended clearance sale. And, please share my live stream with everybody. Just so you know, on TikTok, I appreciate you guys. You guys are my biggest fan base. And, please share my, follow me and just share everywhere you can. I'm going to actually be playing the same song on on 2 different guitars. The difference between playing a 6-string and a 7-string. So let me get started. then we'll take some questions and answers. So here are the different sound completely on the 7th string. Take this out. Okay. So I'm going to take out my new Benedetto. You can ask about this guitar and the equipment I use too as well. Look at this. So this is a completely different sound now with the 7th string. Here we go. So that's the 6th and the 7th string guitars played differently. So let me take some questions and some comments here from my fans out here. Hey, Bill, can you hire me for your next record? I promise to practice. Okay, yes, Bill. Yes, I'll hire you for your next record, and I promise that you'll practice and you'll pay me for my next record. My friend Bill usually just wrote me on YouTube and actually on Facebook, and he's a great saxophone woodwind player, man. Been around for years. Played with George Benson, one of my heroes, and he just texted me, and I really love this guy, and I haven't seen him in years. But let's play soon, Bill. So everybody, this is a question and answer session for all my fans here, and let me grab me something. So if you have any questions about equipment, guitars, anything you like, just send me a question on on a comment, and I'll answer them as best I can. And I'd like to thank all my sponsors. I love this new Benedetto 7-string guitar I have here. If you have any questions about that, the 16B, that'd be great. Starting with how to tune the guitar. What are the first 5 or 10 things a complete beginner should learn before moving on to the next step? Get a teacher. That's what I think. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. That's what I suggest. A lot of people don't have any idea how they really play until they have a teacher to show them, look, you're playing this correctly, you're doing that correctly. So that's from new gun guy. Well, you have guns. Okay, that's nice. So so I always suggest getting a teacher, and then they could show you at the very beginning what you're doing and what you need to learn. But you YouTube and everything is great, all the social media stuff, but you really need to have like a real teacher to show you. And when I was a kid, I didn't have it. I was self-taught, but I had friends that actually showed me, some basics. So when I went to Berkeley, I kind of knew how to play the guitar, but not like as good as I wanted to, but you need to have a teacher to show you things, guys. I'm telling you, watching videos, you cannot really judge yourself. You can't say, well, you're playing this note like you're playing a note like that. You're not making any sound. You need to have someone show you. Look, you got to put your fingers the right way. You have to curve your fingers, put your thumb behind the neck, and depending on what you're playing, just all the basic techniques. You need to start with the basics first, and a teacher really helps with that. Now let me answer some other questions. That was great question, guy. New gun guy. Let me look at my Instagram people here. Let me see. Happy Sunday, Indiana. That's great. 955. If you have any questions, please send them your way. I'm gonna wave to you guys. And also TikTok, I'm going to answer your questions too. I always have tons of questions from TikTok. Let me see. I'm going to wave to all these people here on Instagram and see if you have any questions. Please send them your way. Let me see. Any questions on Instagram yet? Coming soon, I hope. Maybe you do. I just can't see them yet. Let me see. I'm going to go with TikTok in a second. Getting there. And please share my live stream, everybody, because and if you don't follow me, please do so. And that'll be great, and let me see. I'm looking here. I'm looking. Someone gave me a heart. That's great. Let me see. No questions on Instagram yet that I see. Maybe there are. Nothing yet. Oh, close. Let me go to Brian. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Great. So who are your favorite 7-string players? Okay, someone's asking me that on TikTok. Look. Can you see this? Oh man, you can't really. Let me see if I can't really take this off too easily. Look at this. So my favorite 7-string players are on this shirt here. If you can see it, you can see it on TikTok. You can actually see it on my Facebook and everywhere else. My favorite 7-string jazz guitar players are Bucky Pizzarelli, who got me to playing 7-string guitar. Howard Alden, he's great, man. George Van Epps was the godfather of 7-string guitar. Okay, Jimmy Bruno. I saw Jimmy recently at the Rocky Mountain Artstar Festival in Arvada, Colorado in September, and he stopped playing 7-string. He said it was hurting his fingers. So he said, and he said he hardly used the 7th string. I try to use as much as possible. Okay, John Pizzarelli, Bucky's son. Okay, also Lenny Bro, who played a 7th string with a high pitch A on the first, as the 1st string. Of course, Steve Masakowski. Okay, or Steve Haberman. And of course, Ron Eschete, out of California. He's another 7-string player. Or Ron Jackson, if you want. Okay, so those are my favorite 7-string guitar players. Oh yeah. So he was wondering if I had a beginner list. Oh yeah. So someone said if I have a beginner list. You know what? If you're going to learn how to play beginner guitar and you're an adult, complete beginner guitar, that's kind of hard to do. Use some Mel Bay books. Also, there's a book that I've been using recently that I got for one of my students in that's Leica. She's a great singer out in St. Louis. I teach her every week, and she's a complete beginner. And if you get started, I've had beginners start with this book, which is a college book, the Berkeley Modern Method for Guitar. You can find that at my Amazon store if you want. Berkeley Modern Method for Guitar. It's a great book. Okay, everybody. So you could actually use this book too to start off with. If you're a kid beginner, you can use, these FJH method books that I use for kids. Okay. Those kind of books, or the Mel Bay books, they're good. That's for complete beginners. There's another book that I don't have it in front of me because I have it like on a Kindle that I use with my students. And they do mostly chords. But what's good about the Berkeley book is you start doing scales and chords, everything together. So you could save everything right now. All my books like this. I have my Chords at Your Fingertips books right now. If you go to my store, ronjacksonmusic.com/store, you can use BYE 40 and save 40% on everything in my store. Okay, so check it out. So let me take some more questions. Okay, that's and so you can get everything at vinyls as well on my store on my new album. Okay, so let me answer some questions. Let me see. There's two people that have questions here. Are there any instruments other than that I'm interested in playing it besides guitar? Oh, that's a good question. So someone put this question up, and that's a great question. Uh, yes, I mean I have a piano over here. I have banjos, and I play bass too as well, which is a string instrument. And I play some drums, but you know what? It's so hard to keep up with the guitar that I mainly focus on the guitar, especially 7-string guitar. I find it easier to play the 6-string guitar. It's just after playing 7-string guitar, when you play 6-string guitar, except for what I call missing string syndrome, I find that it's a little easier to play the sixth string. So let me take that out for a second. And so when I pick up a 6-string guitar, I find it a little easier just because there's less strings. The only thing I have a problem with when I'm playing 6-string guitar now from 7-string, I have this thing called missing string syndrome. Sometimes I think there's a 7th string down here, so I have to adjust. But physically, it's easier to play. Even though I use these heavy strings here, I use 14s. I use 14s on my guitar strings, okay? And look at this. You see that? So I use these Labella jazz tapes, and these are 14 to. I use them on this guitar too. So they're 14 to 79 if you play 7-string, and 67 on your 6-string. So I just basically play the same strings. They are nylon tape strings, okay? And so I find it much easier just to play guitar, a 6-string guitar, because the 7-string, man, you really have to think a lot. Not only about thinking about hitting the notes, but you actually have to, it's a different spacing, so you could miss easily on the 7th string. On the 6th string, since I'm so used to it, I've been playing it for years. So, I mean, it's a little easier to play on the 7th string. If I'm trying to do that, I have to think a little bit more. Watch this. If I'm trying to play really fast stuff on the 7th string, there's a 7th string there, so it kind of messes you up a little bit. Let me do that right now. I can do it, but it's like weird to play really fast on the 7th string. So, that's why I don't play any other instruments right now. So what's happening is that 7th string, man, you have to judge your distance more. So it's kind of hard. Okay. Someone said have a nice shirt. Thank you. So that's why I play mostly 6- and 7-string guitar, and I don't really play any other instruments, but I should practice the piano because that's really good to do. So that's a great question. Let me see. Someone had another question here. What type of music do you like to play? Let me see, cancel. Let me show you. Oh, so I like to play mostly jazz, but I love all styles of music, actually. I love funk, rock. I started out playing rock, I saw a lot of rock concerts when I was a kid, actually. I love all styles of music. I love classic. I studied classical guitar a little bit, Brazilian, everything. It's all hard to play and really master well. I think most guys who play guitar or any instrument, they're really good at one thing mainly, and they can play other stuff. But it's hard to find someone who's a rock guy who's really like an amazing jazz musician or a jazz musician who plays amazing rock. It's just because it's so different. I mean, the whole style. I mean, everything's different. But there's some monsters out there that very few guys who are real monsters who do everything or could do everything. But I think it's rare to find that. So I mean, yeah, I played mostly jazz because I always loved jazz. But I was into rock when I was a kid, and kind of like country stuff. I love all styles of music, country and picking and all that stuff, So let me see. I got to answer some questions now on TikTok because I'm neglecting my big fan. I have the most fans on TikTok, everybody, just so you know. And I can't let those guys not answer a question. Can you walk and chord at the same time on the 7th string? Of course. Someone's asking me, can I walk on the 7th string? That's what it's all about. Let me see if I can do something. Yeah, so that's walking on the 7th string, which is very common on the 7th string to walk. Okay, that's a good question. Do I ever rip it up on nylon string? Actually, someone asked me if I play nylon string. I'll show you real quick. Um, I got a 7th string nylon here too. I got all the guitars, everybody, and all the 7th strings. So I got a 7th string nylon right here. I got to tune it up. It's been hanging. Oh no, this is my 6th string nylon. Sorry. Let me get my 7th string nylon. I don't want to drop these things. So watch this, everybody. So someone's asking me if I have a 7th string, a nylon. Here's a nylon. So this is a 7th string nut. So this is a really great guitar made by Cremona. I'm a Cremona artist. If you ever want to get a Cremona guitar, let me know. I'll get you a good deal. So this is a 7th string nylon, everybody. Look at this. Hey, man, how many guitars do you actually need? Oh, man, you know what I say, Liam? Someone's asking me how many guitars I need. I need as many as possible. You know, it's funny. I mean, I don't know about guitars all the time, but we have too many of them. Actually, I just traded one in recently. I have like at least 20 guitars, but you know, I get them a lot from companies directly. Like I have 4 or 5 of these Cremona guitars. So this is a 7th string. So you know, these are nice guitars. Yeah, so this is a 7th string nylon, everybody, that I own. I use this on recordings and stuff too. So yeah, I own all the 7th string guitars. So I also have I don't have any solid body 6 strings anymore, but I have a couple of solid body 7 strings, but they're over here, you know, in my collection. You don't see them, but I have them hanging on my walls back here. So yes, I play nylon, just so you know. Thank you. So yes. Let me see. Let me keep answering. Let me ask you some questions now on TikTok. Wow, as many as your wife can afford. That's a good one. Yes. So everybody, that's a good one. Yeah. So I have as many guitars as my wife can afford. And you know the saying. You know what a musician is who has no wife or girlfriend? He's homeless. It's a dumb joke. Anyway, so yeah. Any question you want to ask me, everybody, just ask me right now. I'm going to go for probably about 10 or 15 more minutes. Yeah, someone has a nylon gold on Guitar Santa. Yeah, Guitar Santa, you have a guitar for me for Christmas? Anyway, he said that joke. Now, yes, you know, I tried those go down 7 strings. I used to have one, a go down actually. I sold it about 10 years ago, but I need to get another go down. So, well, maybe not. Because I don't know if I need all those guitars anymore. But yes, those go down guitars are great, man. Especially when you're playing live. They have a great sound through the amp. And, you know, they don't feed back. They're great guitars. They're out of Canada, too. So I like Canada. So let me see. Let me keep asking some questions here. Do you know how to get jazz guitars to leave your house? No. Tell me later. Tell me later, Guitar Santa. Let me answer some other questions here. 1 second. Someone says, God damn, you're mad good. I'm trying, man. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, I'm trying to practice as much as I can, but it's hard, man. Too much business, and actually, last year was one of my best years as a musician, and so it's just so hard to keep up with this stuff, all the social media and my Patreon and my stores and all this. and all my fans. Thank you, everybody, for being a fan. And please share my page with all your friends. If you're not following me, please follow me. Let me keep looking at your messages here. Um, Lenny did some amazing country type stuff too. Lenny, bro, yes. Have you ever enjoyed any metal or anything like that? Of course. You know what? I don't want to show you guys, but I have one of these Abasi 8-string guitars back here. I love Tosin Abasi, man. He's one of my heroes. I've talked to him on Instagram a little bit. I met him in person when I was in LA recently. He's great. And I love Animals as leaders. They play some crazy music, man, and I need to practice. But I have an 8-string guitar over here that's hidden behind here. And I can't take all these guitars out. I've had this guitar for about a year more, and I haven't taken it. I need to practice it. So tell me to practice, and I'll do it. So I have an 8-string. It's like, if you think 7-string is hard, take a look at 8-string, man. It's a really, really difficult, man. Really difficult for me. And Tosin could go between 8, 7, and 6, and he plays even when he gets to 6. It's like even easier for him. It's like, he's like 6-string is easy. That guy's amazing, man. So anyway, let me keep going. I love Megadeth. Do you like reggae? Of course I like reggae. Bob Marley. I mean, Toots and Maytals, all those guys. Can you walk now? Jinkies must have an 80 on the 7-string. Yeah, someone says this is a 79 on my 7-string, everybody. That's kind of normal. But I need, I don't like, just so you know, if you play heavy strings, that's a good question. You get more of a sound in general, a bigger sound, and you don't need to rely on the amp for your sound. When you play with lighter strings, you need to rely on the amp for more sound because there's less, density of the string. That's normal. That's why Pat Martino, man, he had such a big sound, man. I think he used 15s or 17s, or I don't know. He used heavy strings, I forgot when I studied with him what kind of strings he had. 14s, yeah. When I play 6, I usually feel like something is missing. Oh, yeah, really? So pick up a 7-string. You can take lessons with me. Oh, Steve Haberman is your teacher. Wow. Is that Steve Haberman? No. I didn't know Jimmy played 7-string. Yeah, Lenny, bro. Yeah, I see George Van Epps. Brian is the best guitar teacher. Thank you. Who's your favorite teacher? I use 7 on the low end. So everybody's asking me on my 7-string, I use a low note. So this is a standard tuning: E, A, D, G, B, E, and A. So it actually is 2 octaves below the A, the 5th string A. And I have to keep this into. So everybody, just so you know, if you're asking me, everybody's asking me what tuner I use. So I use the I use the Peterson tuner. Okay. It's the strobe tuner. You see that? So that's the A note, kind of. I have imperfect pitch, just so you guys know. And these are great tuners. They're the best tuners. And I'm one of their artists. I have the Seymour Duncan hat on. So anyway, I'm one of their artists, and they're great. And they make the best clip-on tuner. They're expensive, but they're the best. So you can go to my Amazon store and check it out. The Amazon clip-on tuner. Go to Amazon.com/store/Ron Jackson Music and you can get this. They're like $85, but they're worth it. This newest model has a long-lasting battery, and it's the most accurate tuner you can buy. So these are great. So look at this. So this is a low A. So with the low A, you can get really cool sounds. You can double. You get that low sound. And what's really cool, you could do the slam Stewart bass lines like this. So you can do those low fits on the bottom of your guitar, okay? Like Slam Stewart, the bass player, he used to sing those things out. Now, Someone has a question here. Has it been hard to stay afloat in terms of being a jazz guitarist in this day and age? I would imagine social media helps, but in some way, I think it's also more difficult. You know what? Just so you know, everybody, someone's asking me a question: is it hard to stay afloat as a jazz guitar player? Yes, it's hard to be a jazz guitar player, um, but you can do it. It just takes a lot of work, and that's what I love to do. And I appreciate all my social media followers. And it's been really good for me to have all the social media people following me on social media. But you know what? I like to perform, so I've been touring more and booking stuff overseas and all over the country. You can't just do social media. You got to have live events and other things happening as well. So I'm also involved with teaching, and all kinds of stuff. So I'm trying to mainly do bigger performances and events, and as well as doing my social media and doing my own business with for example, I'm doing a lot of stuff with my website. So I have my books. I'm going to be doing ebooks soon, everybody, of all my licks, like these type of licks, like the dominant, all the licks that I sell on my website. I'm going to be putting a book together, so check that out. I have those already on there, but I'm going to be putting a book together with those different kinds of things like chord melody and all my favorite jazz guitar riffs, picking techniques. I do a lot of my own business stuff like that. So you got to think like rappers, everybody. Kanye West, all those guys. They don't only do music, man. They do like clothing lines. So I have my shirt back here. If you see my shirts, I'm going to do hats soon. It's all on Amazon too, so check it out, everybody. I have my own Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so you can't just do just jazz. I think that's the problem that I think with jazz musicians aren't great at marketing themselves. You have to market yourselves too, as not just with the jazz, with playing. Of course, you have to be a great player. I think, and I think that I think a lot of jazz musicians shun the aspect of marketing and all that and selling things. I think it's a very important to actually do all kinds of other things. So so I don't only focus on playing jazz. Of course I play jazz, but I focus on the business as well. Okay, so it's very important to do that. That's a great question. So yes, it's difficult to be a jazz musician, but jazz is only less than 1% of the market. So I try to reach people who don't listen to jazz. That's what I'm trying to do. Not only jazz musicians, and I think in general, I think musicians don't support other jazz musicians in general. I think it's other people that do. So you know what I mean. They'll say, "Hey, man, you play great" and all this other stuff, but will they buy something from you, or will they take a lesson with you? Will they come to your concert? No, most likely, no. So a lot of us are busy. Like sometimes I go see concerts, but sometimes I'm working, so I can't. So I think it's important to reach across the aisle too, and have different different people follow you. I don't know what your opinion is, everybody, but you can save your opinion too on here. Let me see what other questions there are on my Instagram, because I haven't talked to anybody on Instagram in a while. And just so you guys know, I have to teach in about an hour with a student I met on Instagram, who's been like a great student of mine. He's probably watching right now. His name is Chris. Okay, out of Colorado. Okay, Chris Adams, and I helped him get into college. And he met me on Instagram during the lockdown. And I helped him audition. So I help with that kind of stuff too, if you want to get into that. And he's been, exactly, skills, networking, and hoarding yourself over and over. I like this guy, Indiana. Yes, you know what? I mean, like, you got to think about those guys like Kanye West. Who's the other rapper? All those guys, P. Diddy. Those guys, man, they don't make money just playing music. They make money. Oh, thanks, String Snare, for your donation of $10 on YouTube. I appreciate you. Let me feature you. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for your donation on YouTube. And if you want to donate as well, everybody, for my questions and advice, just do so here, or go to Ron Jackson Music everywhere on PayPal. Cash App. It's all Ron. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. Just follow me, or whatever you want to do. So yes. So those guys are really smart. you got to think like that. You got to think. What are these rappers, man? They're not billionaires from like just rapping and doing concerts. They have like Ciroc line. I think that's P Diddy. You know, you know, the Yeezy or whatever, whatever. Kanye, Ye, whatever. He has all kinds of stuff that he sells. So he's a great guy, man. For that stuff, I mean, we have some political differences, but who doesn't? So, but otherwise, I mean, he's great. He's great at marketing himself. Yeah, yeah. No, thank you for putting yourself. I see you grinding here for a long time, and I really appreciate someone mastering their craft. Yeah, you know what, everybody? I try to master my craft, but I try to do good quality stuff. My posts, I really think about them. It's really important to put that up there. Someone said play some AC/DC. Look. That's some AC/DC on the 7th string with 14s on top. That's kind of hard to. So the problem with the guitar, man, when I bend those strings, I had to get my friend out called tuning, the tuner, because these strings go out of tune really easily on this guitar for now. It's a brand new guitar, but I do bend the strings on the 7th string, just so you know. So let me keep going. Let me ask you some questions. There's a bunch of questions everywhere. Let me see. What? Did someone make a comment? What's the comment? Oh, someone. Okay, someone texted me on the computer or private chat. Oh, I don't know where that is though. Oh, hold on. Someone sent me a question here. Hold on. Let me look at it. Now, while I'm doing that, let me look at these questions right now on Instagram because I haven't been like answering. Hi, Ron. Someone said hi, Ron. Jor Prenesti. Let me say hi. Oh, hey. Hi from Argentina. Okay, great. Thanks for the live, Ron. You're welcome. Gonna check out the books. Great, Sharky. Sharky 335. Hey, man. Oh, man. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Isaiah, is that Isaiah Sharky? Man, one of my favorite guitar players, man. Amazing guitar player. Just so you know, Isaiah, if you're watching, one of my students was a big fan of yours years ago before I knew about you. Was Ray Gorin. Check him out. He's a young guitar player that lives in the LA area. And he was a big fan of yours, like when I was teaching him about maybe 10 years ago. So, I mean, I love your work, and thanks, Isaiah's talking about my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. Go check it out, everybody. Let me see. Someone's asking me a question here. Oh, yeah. So I have a book on Slam Stewart bass lessons on my website as well, okay? So this is my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. I actually have 3 books on acoustic guitar, everybody. But the 2 other books are not, they're on the acoustic guitar website. One is about guitar picking techniques, and one is about scales. So, but the physical book you can actually get from me on my website. I can sign up for you, and I'm in person. Okay. So let me say, yeah, Isaiah, man, you're one of your big fans. Yeah. So someone's asking about a Slam Stewart lesson. So when I'm doing the bass lines like this, I have a lesson about that on my website. Go check it out, everybody, okay? Yes. And on the album, I do it a lot on my new albums, Standards of My Songs on my vinyl, okay? So you can check out my walking bass lines and my arrangements like this. Like on my new album, I do this. Watch it. So that's a 7-string arrangement with my Slam Stewart bass lines. Okay, so I like that arrangement. That's the song called "Will You Still Be Mine." It's my arrangement with a Slam Stewart kind of bass line like this. So I go. I have that. love to use that 7th string when I can in my arrangements too, especially when it's a trio. So that's another way you could use a 7th string on the guitar. Let me keep answering some questions now. I have tons of people trying to ask me questions here. Let me see. Let me go down. Oh, 1 second. Let me go back down. Wave. How you put that down? Good. Oh, drop D. So someone's asking me what this note is again. Yeah, you're welcome, Isaiah. Thank you. I love your playing, man. And I'm sorry I missed you in New York recently when you played, but let me know. Send me a message when you're back in New York playing, or if I'm on tour. I'm going to be in the West Coast in a couple of weeks. If you're in Bay Area, maybe I can meet you. So yeah, so this is a low A, everybody. It's not a drop D. Okay, this is a 7th string guitar with a low A. Doubles this note, okay. It's really good for things. Let me see. See if I can do that right. Here we go. See? So I'm playing jive steps on my 7th string, but it's tricky on the 7th string, man, to even play jive steps because all the notes are so different. I find it easier to play jive steps on a 6th string because of the missing string. I have to throw that bass in. Okay, yeah, so let me keep going here. So yeah, that's a 7th string walking on the giant steps. I have like a lesson about that too. Let me wave to some people here. Thank you for watching, everybody. It's a happy Sunday, and I'm taking questions. So I'm going to go for a little bit longer. Then I have to take a break, and I have to teach somebody that I actually met on Instagram here too, a student. So if you're interested in studying, and also I appreciate my friend Strength Snare for giving me a donation. That chord was meaty at the end. Thank you. What do you think about flat wound strings? So someone's asking me about flat wound strings on Instagram. I mean, on YouTube. No Name is his name. Let me see. Before I answer that question, the strings I'm using are flat wounds, everybody. So this 7th string set, or the 6th string set, if you're playing 6th string, are Labella jazz tapes, and these are actually, if you look carefully, these are flat wound strings, except for the 7th string, because it's hard to make a 7th string that's flat wound. This is round wound. Everything else is flat wound except for the first 3 strings, of course. So these are actually, nylon tape flat wound strings. Okay, so they are. Let me see something. Okay, good. Let me see. Putting yourself on YouTube. Thank you. Oh. Now let me go over here and answer some questions right now. Thank you. So that's I love to use. Hey Robert, Happy New Year. Robert Madio. Hey, are those tape wounds? I love tape wounds on my bass. Yes. So these are tape wound strings, everybody. They're nylon tape wound strings. So you know what? Everybody asks me the same question all the time on Instagram. Everywhere they say, "What kind of strings are those?" They're black. I mean, I have like, I don't know how many videos I have answering that question, but just take a look at my feed. I know it's hard. We get so much information. If you go back in my Instagram feed and all that stuff, YouTube, you'll see I talk all about these nylon tape strings. I have a whole video about it. It's just like so much. So just check it out. Now, thanks for the live. You're welcome. Let me keep on. Going to check out the books. Thank you, Sharky. Let me go over here. I'm going to answer some more questions. I've got to answer some questions now on TikTok because I'm leaving those guys behind. Let me go over there. Do you use melodic minor scale in your to play outside? Of course. So someone asked me if I use a melodic minor. Of course. So like a good example is if I'm playing. Let me get my 6-string out. I'd like to thank D'Angelico for this great guitar. The 6-string D'Angelico Premier XL1. Okay. So someone's asking me if I play the melodic minor. Sure. So let's say I'm playing like a B7 flat 9 sharp. So I use a melodic minor. So you get the alters good. See? So I use on the altered chords. I like to use the melodic minor on a dominant 7th. Let's just say a C7 flat C7 sharp 11 with a natural 9, an unaltered chord. So I'm actually using a G melodic minor. So I'm using a G melodic minor there, okay? On the C7. I use it a lot actually. On a Locrian, natural 9. That's a C melodic minor. So that's a Locrian natural 9 scale. So it's like a Locrian scale with a raised 2. They also call it Locrian natural 2. Of course, when I play these scales, everybody, just so you know, I don't only play the scale. I use like bebop phrases using the scale. So I'm using more of like passing tone. Oh, sorry. So I'm using passing. So I'm using melodic minor there in that situation, And so so if someone's playing like let's say they're playing a regular G7. If I want to take it out, I use A flat melodic minor, which makes altered. While they're doing the regular chord, I'll play alter like that. So that makes it more interesting when you're playing. So when you're a jazz musician, we always use reharmonization or substitution to play outside. I've been using the harmonic minor scale a lot recently because I wasn't using that as much. So when I was studying with Barry Harris in his classes, rest in peace, Barry. He talked a lot about the harmonic minor. So I've been using harmonic minor a lot for reharmonization. So that's a great thing to do. Yeah, this is a beautiful guitar. Thank you, D'Angelico. You know what? I found out. Let me drink some coffee. This has been a great question and answer, everybody. I'm having a good time, actually. So let me have some coffee. So Barry Harris got me into was into harmonic minor. So I've been working on the harmonic minor modes, yeah. Because one time, why I've been working on them too? I wasn't working on them as much as I'd like to. One time, what kicked me in the butt was when someone walked up to me. Someone on Instagram said, your harmonic minor modes. I was like, oh, I do, but I don't know them as well as I should. Thank you. So let me practice them. So you know what? You always have something new to learn. So so I like to use the harmonic minor a lot in my solos too. So if I'm playing like a A7 altered, now Wes did this month less longer. He would play an A harmonic minor. No, sorry, he would play the harmonic minor of the chord you're going to. So if you're playing A7 flat 9 or sharp 9, you're going to a D minor or major. So he would do this. So you could play an approach chord that you're playing. You could play a D harmonic minor over this. You could do that reharmonization, okay, everybody? So I've been using that a lot in my solos. And Barry would have us practice it like this. I'm going down in octaves, going up. I'm going octave to octave of the mode of the scale. He would have us do in class. It's a great exercise, everybody, actually, to play that melodic minor. I mean, the harmonic minor up the scale octave to octave, and you're playing each mode of the melodic minor. So I like to use melodic minor a lot. Like, so you're playing a C major 7. You can play a C major 7. You can play a melodic harmonic minor over that, which gives you what they call Ionian. They call it an Ionian raised flat 6. They call it. So that's actually a melodic minor, a harmonic minor. So I like to throw in those things when someone else is playing, a regular chord. That's just reharmonization. We call it substitution. I'm thinking another chord there, like an A major, 7 sharp 5. Oh, sorry. While they're playing this or this. Okay? So that's a great question. Someone's asking me, do you still transcribe songs you like, or is it mainly developing my own sound and music now? You know what? Someone's asking me if I still transcribe. Of course, I do a little bit, but I'm trying to develop my own sound too. But you know what? I want to transcribe everything. Everybody's playing such great stuff, man, but I don't have time. That's the main thing. I don't have time to practice like I used to. So that's a great question, Rap Master Apple. Oh, sorry. String snare. And again, thank you everybody, for watching. And if you're enjoying what you hear, you can go to, you can actually go to, here on Instagram, and you can give gifts also on TikTok. But on Instagram, I forget what it's called. You could just actually give a gift while I'm actually, I'm on here talking, or if you text PayPal or whatever on Instagram, it sends you to a link where you can actually give me a donation there. But let me answer some questions now on TikTok because I haven't answered in a while. Let me see. I have like 28 messages. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, let me go to the top of the list here. Okay. Any BB King jams you got? BB King. Let me see. Thrill's gone. I mean, this is really a question and answer kind of thing, more than request session. Loving the jazz. Thank you. Affirmation. That's great. Great playing. Thank you. Affirmation is a great tune, actually. So this is not a Gretsch. This is a D'Angelico, and my other one's a Benedetto. Let me show you that seven string Benedetto. It's a 16B. Let me get that for you guys. I just found out. I don't know if it's. I think it's true. Someone said that this guitar is called a Benedetto. This is a Benedetto 7 string. Look at the headstock here. Can you see that? Oh, I gotta wipe this. See that Benedetto? So that's a Benedetto 7 string. Okay. Can you see that on TikTok? I guess you can. Okay. And this is so I'm using a D'Angelico on Benedetto. Just so you know, Benedetto was taught by D'Angelico, the original guy. This is not like a real, one that was made by D'Angelico himself. This is like the stock model from that's made in Korea through D'Angelico America. So I mean, and I'm one of the artists. So this is a great guitar right here, but this was made by this guy studied under Benedetto. I mean, under D'Angelico. So that's a great question. What's the difference between the lower top string? That's a low A, just so you know. Okay. Um, Let me see. There's other questions. What's my favorite guitar? I don't have a favorite guitar, but I think this one right now is for now. Let me keep answering. I see George Van Ed, Lenny Bro. Yeah. Let me keep going. 14s. Let me keep answering questions. Can you play some reggae, please? Hello from Rapid City. It's brutal, man. I don't know where you find the energy for all this. Pay for pizza. You know how to get a jazz music guitarist to leave your house? Oh, God, the guy has questions. Someone's asking some questions here. Let me keep going here. I'm having a bass with the guitar. Someone's asking some questions here. Do you improvise or pre-arrange mostly? You know what? It just depends. I have some real arrangements for some songs, Like, here's a real arrangement. So I almost forgot. So this is a song called More Than You Know. So I actually have a 7-string arrangement. So this is a real arrangement that I wrote. It goes like this. So that was actually an arrangement. So the melody is like this. That's More Than You. It goes like this. So what I did is I took that melody and I went like this. I put the 7-string arrangement. See what I did? So the most important thing when you're playing these kind of arrangements is that you know how to play the melody first without the arrangement. Because some guys, they'll play the arrangement, but they don't know how to play the melody and vice versa. I'm guilty of that. I think the most important part of a song for all you guys to know is that the melody is the most important. Because you know why? I did a TikTok and a post about this because you could be like Elon Musk and not know the melody. But if you play the melody, I mean, so Tesla's and SpaceX, but if you play his melody wrong and he doesn't play any music, he'll know it. So you got to know your melodies, guys. it's very important to know your melodies and know how to play them clearly. The melody is the most important thing. I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, and he used to get on my butt about the melody. And the melody is the most important thing. So when I play a melody wrong, I hate myself, basically, because the melody is the most important part of a song, actually. So, because everybody knows the melody, you could be like like a farmer or a rock climber, and you play your melody wrong, man. They'll be like, "What? He played that wrong, man." This will play anything, So that's very important, guys. Let me see. When do you normally stream? This is fascinating. I'm really enjoying this. You know what? I got to stream more often. Someone said, Rat Master Apple said I got to stream more. So yeah, I got to stream more in general, but it's hard to do all this stuff. I should just put my camera on when I'm playing live and just stream as well. But to answer questions, I'm trying to do this once a month right now. So I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to do the same day, but sometimes it's hard to do it the same day. So like the same day every month. But yeah, I'm trying to do that more often. Now, okay, let me keep answering some questions here. Having a bass on the guitar. As a metal musician, I usually think of us being the only one that uses 7-string. So just so you guys know, they used 7-string guitar in jazz before they did metal. Just so you guys know, it's a fact. George Van Eps, the godfather of the 7-string guitar. Let me see. I have one of his books here. Take a look at this book. Oops, sorry, man. I just hit my guitar. Uh-oh. It's okay. Look at this. George Van Eps, the guy who wrote this book. See this? He started playing the 7-string guitar in the 40s. So was metal around back then? I don't think so. So, and also the 7-string guitar, guys, is not new. The 7-string guitar has been around for centuries. It was invented like around the same time, not when the guitar actually started, but it's been around for a long time. Just take a look at go to my favorite encyclopedia. Go to Google and Wikipedia. The 7-string guitar has been around for a long time, and they used it in jazz first, and then metal and everything else came after. Just so you know, okay? Because metal hasn't been around that long. You have to wait till like the 60s and stuff like that. Okay, just so you know. So study your history. I looked it up on Google, but actually George Van Eps was one of the first people to put it. He actually put a 7-string on his guitar, but the 7-string has been around for centuries, actually, guys. So just so you know. Okay, now, yeah, started 7-string. George Van Eps. Google him. Someone said that. Oh, Malachi. Yeah, he's right. And yeah, he started playing the 7-string with an E8. Yes, this guy's right. Guys. Malachi. Is that Malachi, my friend Malachi? Just making sure. Yes. So 7-string's been around for a long time, everybody. Well, I can't see it being beneficial in jazz as well as having a triad on top of strings. I can see it being beneficial in jazz. You could do all kinds of stuff with a 7-string. Listen, man, if you haven't checked out George Van Eps, you know who I was talking to, everybody? When I picked up the guitar recently, he mentioned George Van Eps was Tosin Abasi. Tosin Abasi mentioned him first because I tuned mine to a low A string. He used to practice George Van Eps arrangements for 7-string with the low A. And so, if you're really a heavy metal person or a metal person, you have to know George Van Eps because he's one of the godfathers of the 7-string, and even Tosin Abasi checked him out. So you got to know your history. You got to go back in your history. Everybody, rock, jazz, and go back in your history and check that out. Let me see. That's all. I mean, that's a fact. Okay, so audition. I'm auditioning in Minnesota for Allstate. Any advice? Someone's asking if they're going to audition. So if you want to audition, help someone to audition you. And I'm good at that. If you want to contact me about auditioning, I'm doing a sale right now. We can prepare you for your audition. Just use buy 40 on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and we could do an audition package, and I can help you get into college. I've helped many people get into college, actually. So yes, I can't give you any advice right now because I got to see what the audition is. You can't just go on the internet. Hey man, I'll give you advice, and I don't even know what you sound like. You need someone to see you play and see what you need to work on. You can't just ask somebody on a live stream about that kind of stuff. You need one-on-one help with that kind of stuff. Yes. So get someone to help you with the audition. Oh yeah. I just got you got a #1 gifter badge. Thank you. Thank you, Santa Rose. Thank you. Do you like Muddy Waters? Sure. Is that all you play is jazz? Oh, I play more stuff than jazz, actually. Someone's asking me that question. That's a great question. But yes, I play more than jazz. Play Norman Brown. Oh, yeah. I'm answering questions mostly. Oh, I'm almost at 900. Oh, someone's asking about 900. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering these questions. Hey, Ron, I'm the pianist from Yakov's live concert in Queens. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for watching. What's your name again? From Yakov's friend, pianist. I just played with this great piano player, young guy. Someone's asking me, is this a 7-string? Yes, this is a 7-string. Okay, so you know what, guys? I'm going to get going here in a minute. I've been on for a long time. I have to go teach, actually. So please follow me. Please share my live stream. This was my question and answer. I'm going to turn off my amp now and get going. I have to teach somebody at 2 o'clock, a student I met here on Instagram, on social media. And if you want to study with me, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And definitely, get a lesson. I'm having a sale right now. It's buy, BYE, 40, and you save 40% off, okay? If you want to donate, just go to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. Or if you're on YouTube, I'd like to thank someone who actually gave a gift on YouTube automatically. I appreciate it, a string snare, he gave a gift. And, you can give, I forget what they're called on Instagram again. You could actually give directly on my Instagram feed here a gift. But, I hope I answered your questions. And I'll be doing more live streams. I might let this live stream, on my Instagram channel. I might keep it on my channel so you could watch it after. But I answered many questions that are very important about music and about being a professional musician. So you can watch this on YouTube definitely too, because I'm leaving this on YouTube. So I appreciate everybody watching and supporting me and supporting live music and supporting us musicians. Come see me play live when I perform out. I'll be playing in the New York City area. I'll be on California in a couple of weeks. Follow me everywhere, Ron Jackson Music. And, I try to give the best advice I can about all subjects that I think I know about. And I appreciate you guys. I'm going to be recording a new album soon. And it's going to be fun. And we'll see you guys very soon. And thank you for making my last album the top 100 in the Jazz Week charts in 2022 and making it got to number 10 on the radio charts in the United States. This album right here. So, check it out. It's in vinyl and CD and everywhere on streaming. Standards of My Songs. And this album was number 10 on the radio charts in 2022 and top 100 in the United States for the jazz charts. Number 69 out of 100. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. And keep in touch. And I'll see you. And I'll have some cool posts coming up soon. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Rat Master. Bye-bye, everybody. See you guys soon. Oh, yeah, second. Let me see one thing. There's one question here. New stealth picks, like someone's asking me about picks real quick. I'm going to answer one last question. I use these Jim Dunlop picks and Pick World picks that are made for me, Ron Jackson model picks. You can get them on my website. Just a regular teardrop heavy pick, and also down to extra heavy. The purple one here is extra heavy. Let me put that up. This one, and this, I use medium for funky and rock stuff because it's too hard to play really fast funk stuff with a pick that's too thick to me. Okay? So those are the kinds of picks I use. I use heavy strings and heavy picks for that big sound. Okay? So guys, I'll talk to you guys soon. Let me see if there's anything else. There's so many questions on TikTok. My favorite trombone player, huh? Hey, my favorite trombone player is Clark Gayton, and he's like he's in the hospital right now recovering from a stroke. So he's on my album actually. He's on my hit song called Roundabout that was on the Spotify playlists, top jazz Spotify playlists. So Clark Gayton's one of my favorite trombone players. So everybody, keep in touch and we'll talk soon. Bye-bye. Thank you. Let me end the Starts off with my 7th string. This song is another original composition of mine called From Dusk to Dawn. I'll start off. Thank you very much. I need a coffee after that one. Let's give a big hand again for Kyle Cola and a hand of This is Corey Rouse on the drums. And I'm Ron Jackson on the 7-string guitar. Thank you. Yeah. Hey. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. How are you? So, do me a favor. If you're live with me right now, please go to the chat box and ask anything about guitar picking. Today's subject is about picking on the guitar. You know, it could be left-handed or right-handed. And I used primarily the George Benson technique. So we can actually, you know, we could talk about that technique, and also we can also talk about other techniques like sweeping, you know, picking all down or picking all up. There's so many different methods to picking. So one of the best things to do is obviously, like right now I'm using, it depends on the guitar too. So right now I'm using a guitar that has round strings. I just got the guitar from Eastman. It's a Eastman T49D guitar. And you can actually, the strings are round wound. So when I play round wound strings, okay, now if you have a problem hearing me, let me know. So I'm actually playing through my audio sound card. When I hit round wound strings, I tend to pick what's the word? Straight on or perpendicular. Because if you start, I like to pick sideways like that. But to pick sideways on a round wound string, you get a lot of scraping sound. You hear that? So I learned how to pick on both types of strings. So I'll adjust. You see that? So on round wound strings, you hit straight on, like perpendicular. And I use the George Benson technique where like I turn my pick like this. Let me go closer to the, I want to move a little bit closer to the computer here so you can see. And you can, and I actually turn my pick like this. My pick is almost like this when I hit the strings. You see that? It's like sideways, but I'm going inside, like my wrist is going up. Some people pick like this. I think Pat Metheny picks like that. A lot of guitar players, I know Mark Whitfield does this way, picks this way. George Benson, a lot of people like Bobby Broom, Rodney Jones, that's who I studied with too. When I hung out with George Benson, and they held the pick this way. Okay. Now, you hear this? You hear that? Now, if you hit straight on, hear the difference. That's a warmer sound when I go sideways. When I turn up like that. You hear a treblier sounding. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to put this in the chat box. There's a chat box here. We're going live. And what was I going to say? I'm going to put this in the chat box. Send me questions. Okay. So, one of my warm-ups I like to do actually is what I call the open string tremolo. So I like to go really fast as possible. Just hit like the first string, go down and up, but you gotta go fast as possible. So I'm hitting this pick straight on. I don't like hitting the pick straight on because it's too much. When you hit the pick straight on to the string, it's really hard to control. But when I go sideways like this, I can play much faster because there's a lot less tension. And I'm going inside of the pick. So you could do this exercise. You got, if you're not warmed up, you can get a lot of tension on your picking hand. See that? So my right arm. Some people are left-handed, so that's why I call it picking hand. You could do that for a while, fast as you possibly can. Now you can use dynamics, soft, loud, etc. Okay, then you can move to the second string and do the same thing. You do this with me. Now the problem is when I get to the round wound strings, I'm going to switch guitars in a minute. Go to my second string. You're going to have a problem with round wound strings doing this because to be able to play sideways, it's better to use flat wound strings. Now, some people don't know what flat wound strings, but flat wound strings are the ones where the strings are all the winding is actually ground down flat, so you don't have any issues. Now the next one is now I'm using the round wound string here. It's not that bad because these are like kind of like polished down. Now the sixth string, you can hear the scraping. If I hit it straight on, you hear the scraping. So this is a really good warm-up exercise because this makes your left hand do a lot less work. You can play this fast. Now you can do different little exercises too between strings. Like now, good exercise is going down and up or up and down between two strings like this. Things like that. See? Okay, and then that's one thing you could actually do. And then we're gonna start working on arpeggios and all that stuff too, and how to sweep with those. I'm trying to see if there's anybody sending me questions while we're talking or texting me about this. Okay, good. So that's a great warm up. Now you could do the skipping strings. Hey, Reggie. Oh, Reggie Hagee has a question. How long would you suggest the strumming practice? You mean the tremolo practice? Is that what you mean? Let me write that down. Sorry, tremolo. I mean, I would suggest like doing that for 5 minutes or something. It should just be a warm up like that. The thing is, when you do that exercise, you just gotta make sure you're completely relaxed. And my hand's already stiff because I'm not really warmed up. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that to warm up, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just a little bit to start. Now you could do skipping strings too. That's much harder. So I'm going. You could go. You can make up little exercises. I'm going 2 notes or triplet. Triplets are interesting because you can go down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You know, you can switch between it, or you can just go down, up, down, down, up, down. We could go 4 notes. Now you can skip like 2 strings. So now you notice too that I'm not. I'm primarily focusing on just getting those notes out. But you know, the thing is, like if you're actually playing, you're gonna have to actually what's the word? Lock the string to get sound with your left hand eventually and your right hand. There's a lot of ringing. So, you know, the most important thing is now is that I'm actually using alternate picking, which is down, up, and you should be able to practice your scales and your runs with those kind of with alternate picking mostly. So when I'm actually playing a line, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let me adjust this right so you can go. Let's just do a different key, like let's say A flat. So what I'm doing is I'm doing all alternate picking. I mean, obviously, and see now you got to coordinate your left hand and right hand. So the thing is now you can do different exercises with that. You can go, you can do, you know, 8th note. Or you can, now I'm doing, you could make up different kinds of exercises with that. You can go in thirds and go, use alternate picking. Any position. I mean, any possible fingering that you do, you should try to use alternate picking. Now, but another rule is, let's say you have an arpeggio. Okay, arpeggios like let's say like even 2 notes. I can use Sweeping now. Sweeping is when you go across two or more strings in the same direction. It could be going down this direction, even though the pitch is going up, or going up this way, even though the pitch is going down. Go back to A flat. Now, what I can actually do too is I can do like a phrase with the chords where I can just go, I can do 3-note voicings and go up the scale this way, up the neck, up the neck. I'm doing diatonic chords in the A flat, just thirds. So I'm going 1, 3, A, B minor, C minor. So if I'm going to sweep up, I can go. See what I'm doing? So I can mix them up actually now. See? That's all right. So I'm only going one direction, but you could actually sweep backwards too. You can sweep like this. I'll move the mic a little closer. You can sweep like this. Now, if you look at my picking hand, if you have any questions about the picking hand and how I'm doing this, I'm actually still keeping the pick. I'm not hitting the pick straight. I'm not hitting the pick straight anymore. I'm still going like this sideways. This exaggerated upward, wrist motion here or wrist placement. It's not straight like this. The pick's straight. The pick is going against the string like this. You can see that. More like that if you see the pick. Okay? So I'm going to go up like this. I can go up. Now the thing is not to have the notes bleed into each other. So it doesn't sound like you're actually holding a chord together like this. You want to go. You want to make sure the notes are separated so you can get cool lines like this. So if you want to mix them up, you can go like this. So I'm going to go down, up, or you can go. Now I'm doing that on actually the fourth, second, and third strings, fourth, third, and second string. You can do it from any arpeggio. I'm just doing the diatonic chords to the key of A flat. It's a little harder. So you can do it that way. I'm only doing 3 adjacent notes too, like a chord. But you can actually go. You can actually separate notes in different ways. You can go. You can go 2 notes and then on the same string play the arpeggio instead of going like this. So if I did something like that, I would go sweep, then go up, down, down, up, like that. Backwards, I would go down, down, up, up, down, up. Going up like that, going backwards. I mean, there's so many ways you can practice these type of things. You can go, I can use a fifth string root. Going down, sweeping. I like that lick here. skipping lick. I'm actually going sweep down, sweep up, like that. It's a great warm-up exercise for your picking. Actually, these type of exercises. Okay, if anybody has any more questions, please let me know. I see 3 people watching so far. That's great. Now another thing you can actually do is so you can start doing. There's different kinds of picking. So picking is not only with a pick. You can actually use hybrid picking. Now, hybrid picking is when you hold the pick and you start using your extra fingers to play chords. So I usually do that if I'm comping, like let's say I'm doing a bass line or walking, or I have some other stuff happening. Sometimes I start doing this. Turn up a little bit. So I'll go, if I'm walking a bass line, I'm only playing my 6 string right now, but I can go like this. See, I'm actually using the pick to do the bass line, and then I'm actually, I'll do the comping rhythms with my extra fingers. I usually use my second and third. See how I'm using my extra fingers? So sometimes when I'm walking bass lines, I don't necessarily use my pick for everything. I'll mix them up. Now you can use your pick for everything, so you have to play right into the melody note. So now what happens is whenever I'm playing like the bass line and there's an extra place where I can throw the chord in, I'll just hit the pick with no fingers. So you have to be able to what's the word? Be able to change up whenever you want between these picking styles. You notice how the pick when you use the pick, it's a lot louder sounding too. A lot not as nice as sounding, or soft as sounding. This sounds smoother to me. If I use my pick. It's more abrasive sounding. So when I'm picking, that's hybrid picking. So I mean, there's different types of hybrid. I'm just doing a walking bass line, but you could do a melody like this with hybrid picking too. It's coming soon. See how I'm mixing up the fingers now with the picking at the same time. Now, I can still do the same thing with my pick. I have to really play every chord. So pick, actually, when you're actually using your fingers, you can get a lot more independence with both hands. I mean, I do a little. So that's one way of playing. So I'm using my pick on this one. And fingers called hybrid picking, but also you should know how to do some finger picking stuff too. I mean, you should start. Picking is a big world, you know. Like Tommy Emmanuel is a great guy to check out, man. He's like a real master of like the finger picking and playing melodies together. Um, you know, and some people are really great at like just like picking. I saw Julian Lodge, guitar player, play really quick picking just on acoustic guitar, kind of like mixing it up, just playing all picking with no hybrid picking, just picking every note. So you can actually get this stuff really, really together. So like another thing is just to learn how to do fingerstyle guitar. You know, classical is a really good thing. Now that's a whole different world because now you gotta learn how to get every note clean with every finger. So I used to study classical guitar. You know, one of the things they do is like have you play a C chord, do all these different kinds of patterns. And holding that C chord was like just as hard as playing the picking. Or you know, different patterns. I mean, there's so many things you can do with just finger picking. And another good thing to do is actually like I used to study Chet Atkins, and he was great. You could do like you know, ragtime guitar stuff. Oops. So I'm doing like a ragtime finger picking thing. That's one of my old songs called Old Country Road. And I'm into this kind of stuff too, but you gotta keep, you know, you have to keep practicing these things to keep up all these techniques, you know, left hand independence. I mean, right hand independence with your picking, left hand at the same time with the bass line going. And sometimes I get like, you know, I have the missing string syndrome, like missing limb. So I play seven string a lot. So as soon as I feel it's a seven string, then I start trying to play it. It's not the right note. So it can get kind of tricky. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me questions. Hold on. I'm going to say, send me questions, please. Send me questions, please. Send me questions. In the chat box of on this live stream, please send me a question. So now, some people ask me, there's some other techniques too to play. Like, you know, picking is really important because sometimes when I'm picking, I don't play every note. I don't pick every note. I also phrase with my left hand when I'm taking a solo. Excuse me, and I'm making sure that I don't like pick every note because sometimes it can sound really heavy. So if I'm playing really fast, I'm not necessarily playing picking every note. Oh, what is this? Hold on. There's a question right here. How does picking vary between 6 and 7 string in layman's terms? Oh, so when you're picking with a 7-string guitar, I should get the 7-string guitar out. It's a little different. You have a lot more strings to try to block and cover with your right hand too. Now, picking your technique is also learning how to mute strings. Let me get my 7-string out. Hold real quick. Hold on. Oh, where's that cord? Here it is. So here's my 7-string. Yeah, that's a good question. So when I'm playing a 7-string, it's a little different because, I mean, not technically speaking, but you have to block a lot of strings now. Also, I have flat wound string on this, so I can play sideways, except for the 7 string, which is, you can hear that scraping sound. On the 7 string is round wound, but the rest, they're all taped. Only thing, the problem is with the 7 string is that there's so many more notes to block. So if I'm playing that, ragtime piece with my left hand, my right hand. So it's tricky to play that ragtime piece now because I have that low note. I'm not used to playing ragtime on a 7 string. So I could actually go up here now. See, I can get that low note there that I didn't have before, the D. So this is the A, and this is a D. So when I'm doing the finger picking now, it's tricky because the spacing is different with the 7 string as well. Now, so I can put that low note in there. I really love that low A string. So what happens is I'm actually I have to compensate to use that 7 string now when I'm actually doing fingerstyle. Now with the bass line, it's the same thing. If I'm doing, I was playing the key of C earlier like this, just like a rhythm changes in the key of C. So I was kind of doing this on the 6 string. Now, when I'm doing the hybrid picking, it's actually, I get all those notes down, but I have to compensate with the 7 string. See that? So I'm actually have to compensate with the hybrid picking. Now, if I'm going to do the same thing with strumming, I can actually go. I can go. So you should be able to compensate with a pick. You should be able to play with and without a pick. And what if you lose your pick? I mean, I used to actually at one time I used to play with my thumb. Oh yeah, we never talked about the thumb playing. So another picking technique is playing with your thumb. So you know, one of my biggest influences, I guess, like everybody else, is Wes Montgomery. So I used to play with my thumb. That's a whole different thing too. I forgot about that part. So no, I used to see Wes, and he used to, I think, hold his thumb kind of like this, like a real pick. I had some friends that actually seen him play, and he would actually look like his thumb was so worn out. It was shaped like a pick, I heard. So the thing is now, most octaves are done like, well, you know, he used to pick with his thumb too, obviously. So you would actually do the same kind of thing you would do with a pick. You would actually, what's the word? Pick down and up, like alternate picking with your thumb. You could do the sweeping thing too with your thumb. You know who's really amazing with playing with his thumb and as well as a pick is too is George Benson. He can play just as fast with his thumb. He doesn't even need a pick. You know, sometimes he'll just play with his thumb. He's really good at that. Now I heard this guy. If you read about George Benson, you know, he learned how to pick with the thumb going with the pick going up like this because I heard he used to just practice, on tour. And he used to be cramped in the car, so he was picking like, he had to hold his guitar up like this, and his picking technique, would go up. Now he was really, a child prodigy. He was playing that good, when he was like, I saw videos of him playing 18 years old with who's that guy? Which organ player? Some great organ players back then, and he knew how to pick like that quick. And one thing about George Benson, I was reading an interview with, watching an interview with Marcus Miller. He said that George Benson practices all the time. He has a guitar all over the house and just practices, whatever, all the time. That's why he's so good. And I even had friends who toured with him, and he just practiced all the time. And that's how his picking technique was so good. Because, he's one of those kind of guys, you just keep practicing all the time, and you get so good at it. It just becomes so second nature. He just picks up any guitar, makes it sound good. I've heard him play a Stratocaster, and it sounds good. Or Telecaster, any of those, even a solid body guitar. So, so when you're playing a 7-string, this guitar particularly has these black flat wound strings, nylon tape, and they're really good. They don't make any noise when you're playing them. They're just like, they're regular round, flat wound string. So there's you hear no noise. See that? This string you hear, the 7th string, but the rest are all flat. So there's absolutely no noise. So it's really good for sweeping and stuff, like this. So we were talking about playing fast. So when I'm actually playing fast, I'm trying to not just pick every note. I'm trying to use more legato with my left hand. So you got to learn how to do that too. So when I'm actually playing really quick, my left hand's doing a lot of, so my picking, I don't have to pick every note. Not like Pat Martino would pick every note. You have to, it's like, playing that fast, picking every note sounds too abrasive to me personally. I like to mix it up. I'll go like, see what I'm doing is I'm kind of mixing up the picking with the legato with the left hand. More using. I'm not talking about with legato with your left hand. You're doing more hammer on. Slides. Just not relying only on the pick. Like someone like John McLaughlin picks every note all the time. It sounds abrasive. I like to make it sound more legato, like a saxophone player. Mix up the picking with, with legato, left hand hammer on, pull off kind of things on the left hand. I'll go like this. I'll go things like. That's a nice thing. See how I'm mixing the legato with the picking? I'm going. See how the pick's coming right off. I might do a hammer on. See, I might go. See, I take my picking hand out. So my left hand's doing some of the work too. So I'm just trying to show you that you don't have to pick every note. I think that they're all picking stuff. It will sound like that. That's how it sounds like when it's picked every note. So you want to get a nice clean sound when you're actually playing. And that's my opinion. Now, some people like the picking sound like that. So I think that's your preference. What else? So let's get back to the thumb a little bit. So when Wes was playing the thumb, so I was playing with my thumb for a while, maybe 15, 20 years ago, a lot. I was playing with my thumb. So now, I think playing with the thumb has such a warm sound. So I would just do exercises like. not used to playing with my thumb going down and up, but you can practice down and up picking and picking notes. I think a lot when you're playing with your thumb, also you have to rely a lot on your left hand. At least in my case. I was doing West Montgomery's Road Song. You have to do a lot of with your left hand and right hand this time, because for me to compensate for the it's not, to me it's not as loud as like West would do it, because he really played it. He used to probably flick the, if you hit your thumb like this, you can kind of flick the string and get a more sound, almost like what we call rest stroke in classical. A rest stroke is when you hit the string and you rest on the next string, and you get more of a sound of it. You get the bouncing of the string like elastic. Actually, we never talked about that with the pick, so you can do the same thing with the pick. Sometimes when I pick a note, I'll rest on the next string to get more response from the string. Another good technique I forgot to mention, there's so many techniques with picking. The sweeping. I mean, one great guy who's really great at sweeping is Frank Gambale. He had this like video years ago that was all sweep picking that I actually have somewhere on a video that can't work anymore. And basically those videos were like, what's the word? Eventually get stuck in your video machine. So you can actually order the DVDs now for this stuff, so they're so much more reliable. But he had a great video about sweeping. He did all kinds of weird stuff with sweeping, really advanced stuff, you know. And another good technique is learn how to mute the strings when you're picking, because when you start recording stuff, you can hear the string. There's a lot of string noise, that strings ringing. So one good technique is actually playing like a scale. Like a good exercise I like to do is like to learn how to pick and mute with your left hand, so you don't, but to also play one note at a time. This one good technique is playing the A minor pentatonic, let's say the fifth position like this. Okay, and I can just hit every note and every string like this. And learn how to block every note. I'm hitting all 7 strings. But this is the hard part. It's the first string. I have a lot more strings to cover here. So what I'm actually doing is learning how to block the strings with my left hand and playing all 7 strings in this case with my pick, and try to get a clean sound. So you could actually start doing the funky percussive stuff when you're doing funk. So you can actually get that muted sound in between strings. Another good technique for picking is learn how to mute with your left hand when you're picking, like I was just doing. See how I'm doing muting and that kind of stuff. There's so many picking techniques. So let's do a little review. So you remember the most important thing, Reggie. Oh, Reggie, thanks for the question. Reggie's asking, do you keep your nails in any condition for finger style? You know what? When I do finger style, I have friends that I had this guitar teacher, Ben Scher, Berkeley, professor, come over. I did like a duet with him at my place, for Mike's master classes. And Ben actually has like fingernails or finger picks attached to his fingers. And so, I mean, I basically just use skin when I'm doing picking. I think you're talking about my picking hand, I hope. And and I don't use any kind of conditioning. I just use my skin on my fingers. But people actually grow their nails to play classical. Now, when you do the classical stuff, thanks, Reggie. When you do the classical stuff, you're using nylon strings mostly, so it's kind of hard to put your nails on steel strings. That's the problem. So, we haven't even talked about how to pick on a nylon string. That's a whole different world too, and on steel string guitars. So you have to adjust your picking a little bit to get used to these things because they're round strings. But no, I don't do anything to my nails. I just try to keep them short for my left hands because if they get a little too long, it starts to interfere with my left hand technique. But as far as my picking, I just have my nails short, and I use skin basically. So I can use my thumb. Sometimes when I use my thumb, most of the time I'm just hitting downstroke on using my thumb. But also I know how to use my fingers a bit. I used to do it a lot at one time, practice like. So I'll use my thumb and first finger, like down, up, down, up. A lot of classical guys do that. Some classical guys, like I see Paco de Lucia, they'll use like their first, the index and middle finger to play like play like crazy fast runs. But they're using nails too, So the nail, when Paco de Lucia was using nails, it had a really strong sound. They put super glue on there, so there's a break and all that. It's really like a whole world that I'm not saying I'm lazy, but I didn't want to keep up with all that upkeep for your nails to play this stuff. But flamenco guys and all that, they have stuff like that. And classical guys, they have nails. But if you want to see some technique, you should check out the videos with John McLaughlin, I'll do me alone, Paco de Lucia, when they had this trio for fast picking technique. They're not particularly playing jazz, but that's fine. I mean, I saw these guys in high school. And they had so many chops. They go, they're doing really fast scales. Stuff like that. Crazy runs. I mean, they're just like scale runs. Just really played fast. And I really like this. That's a whole different kind of technique. Now, jazz is, I don't want to say it's more sophisticated. It's just like, I love John McLaughlin and all these guys, but I like to play with more sophisticated legato kind of playing technique. So you got to kind of switch that up together. So, I mean, I'm going to be putting some picking exercises on Patreon soon, that I use for warm-ups. There's different warm-ups you can use, like the tremolo. There's sweeping. There's all kinds of different techniques. So if there's any questions, let me know. You can send a comment, put a comment on this video after. I might finish up here. I mean, there's so many more. I think I got basically all the techniques. We talked about hybrid picking, finger picking, thumb picking, a sweeping. We didn't talk much about sweeping down. So you can sweep down, like, especially with licks. Like one of my favorite licks to sweep down with is like the 9. Picking a minor 9, like a G minor 9. It's a great. I like to use that sweeping lick. I like to use it also on the. That's on the first string. I could use it. When I do it on the second string, a lot of people guitar players put that. So you hit that major 7 there, which is this. Here's a little different. You're hitting the root there. On the second string, you're going. See that? I can do it that way too. So sweeping down is a really cool thing to do too. All sweeping down. Also, one rule that I forgot to mention was that when you're doing alternate picking, you alternate going uh, one rule is to go sweep is to alternate going up and sweep and alternate going down. I mean, that's a rule I heard about that George Benson actually used. You sweep and alternate and do alternate picking going down this direction and do up. When going up this direction, you use alternate picking is one rule. I mean, this. I mean, in my case, I just do anything I possibly can to play the phrase the best I can. So if it's some kind of arpeggio, I use sweeping. But sometimes I'll mix up an arpeggio with alternate picking. So the rules you can break the rules once you learn them. But the most important thing is to get that picking going, and using dynamics and every possible thing that you can actually do with your picking. So I suggest listening to different people and trying to learn their picking styles. Not only like just with your pick, just learn how to play. Guitarists. I think jazz guitarists are very limited with it. Limits you to use just a pick and play one note at a time, basically. So if you can do hybrid picking and fingerstyle and learn those techniques too, it opens up your whole world. And what happens is sometimes when you're trying to cover all the parts, it limits you too. So when you're playing just all solo, your solos are really good because you're only playing just one line. And when you start trying to do a solo when you're playing chords, that's a whole. When I had my guest Sean McGowan on acoustic guitars, on acoustic guitar takeover I had about a month ago. Sean's great, man. He does the walking bass lines, the chords, and solos at the same time. Now I can kind of do that, but he has it really worked out, and you can hear it's really worked out too. So and it's really a skill to do that. But sometimes when you're doing it that way, it limits your soloing because obviously when you're trying to do everything, your solos can't be as strong. I think I'm not saying his are in general, but I'm just saying at least in my case, I can't solo as strong because I'm doing all this other stuff, and I'm trying to worry about playing the bass line, the chord over the, whatever, I'll be going. See how I'm mixing everything up? Like, what I want to actually, one good thing to learn is see if you can keep all the bass line, everything going without stopping while you're taking these solos. And that's really hard for me to do. I have to really work out everything to a detail to do that. And so that's part of arranging. Joe Pass kind of did it that way, but not exactly. He would do it like, if you listen to this record, I started listening to him recently again. And he was a master of like playing solo stuff, but he's not exactly playing like all the time like a solo and with the chords and bass line going at the same time. You have to have that really worked out. He had a lot of stuff worked out. Sometimes he would do that, but not all the time. He'd start filling in and just play lines and mix them all up. So I think I covered a lot of stuff today on picking. And if there's any questions, or after this live stream, please send a comment on the live stream, and let me know if there's any questions there, and I'll respond on the live stream. Who is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Can you play it? Fingerstyle picking song. What do you think? Oh, I gotta think about. What is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Oh, I don't even know. Oh, one of them is. I don't know. One of my favorite fingerstyle songs is "Classical Gas," and I have the music, and I used to know the song, but of course I need to practice. But that's one of my favorite, like fingerstyle kind of like. It was a big hit too by Mason. What's his name? Mason Williams, I think. That's "Classical Gas." too well. So, but that's one of my favorite classical, like finger style kind of songs. And these type of things you have to keep up with practice. But that's one of my favorite. So that's a good song for everybody to learn. So, Classical Gas. You remember that one by Mason Williams? I think that's his name. I'll have to look it up after. But thank you everybody for having me. This a Patreon workshop. I'm going to start. I haven't made any of these videos public yet, but I'm going to start releasing these live. Oh, I see another person joined. Thank you. For people who joined just now, I just went over all these techniques: thumb picking, playing with your thumb, hybrid, pick style, finger style picking. So at the end of this video, you can actually watch the, you can go back and watch the video again about all the techniques I just went over. And if you have any questions, please post a comment to the video. Hold on. At the end, hold on. Let's see. Comment on playback. So please comment on playback, after you watch the video, okay? So thank you, everybody. And we'll talk to you soon. Please send me questions on Patreon, and that's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Jackson, and this is my Patreon only lesson on basic bar chord shapes and how to change them, part 1. So we're going to be taking basic chord shapes like the E chord, okay, 6-string root, and we're going to use the cage system, which takes your fingers like this and you switch them around like this from your first, second, and third finger to your second, third, and fourth finger. And you can make this into a bar chord, which makes F, and you can play chromatically, okay? And we're gonna move it all the way up to the 8th fret. And we're gonna start changing the chords right now with this chord form. We're gonna start with a C chord, exercise number 1. Now to C major 7, to C7, to C6. Now we're going to take the A open string chord like this, and then we're going to move it up, put our first finger, make it the nut now, and move it to the 3rd fret and do the same thing, okay? We're going to go C to C major 7, to C dominant 7, to C6. Now we're going to take the D shape open, okay, and we're going to move up 1 fret, and we're going to slide it all the way up to the 10th fret. So we're going to make a C chord, then a C major 7, then a C dominant 7, and then a C6. So those are the major shapes. Now we're going to do the minor shapes. We'll do the E minor chord again. Okay, we're going to move that up 1 fret at a time again to the 8th fret. So we're going to do C minor major 7, C minor 7, and then C minor 6. Or you can do C minor 6 like this. Okay? Now we're going to do the same thing from the 5th string root. Okay, we're going to go for the A minor open and move it up to the 3rd fret. We're going to do C minor, C minor major 7, C minor 7, and C minor 6. Now for the last example, we're going to do the D minor open, and we're going to move it up 1 fret and slide it all the way up to the 10th fret. So we're going to do C minor major 7, C minor 7, and C minor 6. So that was your basic bar chord shapes and how to change them, part 1. So we took the 6th string, 5th string, and 4th string roots of major and minor chords and made them into major 7ths, dominant 7ths, and also 6 chords, both in minor and in major. Thank you everybody for watching. This is Ron Jackson, and this was my Patreon only lesson. If you need the sheet music, please join my Patreon at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give basic information, because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, on Instagram, and who have Patreons, particularly on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. So I'm very into basics, because that's how I learned how to play myself. And if you have any questions, it's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can. And if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play all, play jazz or play any style of music, you really got to know the guitar neck and all the basic stuff. There was a great teacher out here in New York. That's I'm sorry he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So knowing the basics is one of the most important things to having a foundation to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here, and please send me some questions if you haven't not done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet, so please send me something, and because I'm today's all about taking questions, okay? Oh, good, Sean. Good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. Wow, it seems like longer, but you learned a lot of stuff in 3 months actually. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So so for example, we've been playing a song called "Along Came Betty." So there's a lot of chords in this song. And what happens is, if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are telling you to do when you're watching a lot of videos and all these fancy lines. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. Now the fancy stuff comes after. So let me play you. I'm going to play actually right now. "Along Came Betty." Because my student Sean's watching, and I'm going to play along. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to actually do this with a play along. I'm going to do a solo on this. So I'm going to show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. So what I did was, if you have any questions, please send them, please, because I'd like to get some feedback. What's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called "Along Came Betty" by Benny Golson, and there's a lot of chords in this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. Now these are a lot of 2/5 progressions. They call them. Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc. through this piece. So I mean, I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through these songs pretty easily, actually. So one of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, I mean, you should know how to play your scale across the fingerboard, but you should be able to also play the scale one octave from anywhere, any scale, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let's make it a G major scale. Now, see that way I played it? I can play it this way too. See how many ways I just played that scale? Well, you should be able to play your scales in one octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. All the, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I like to do is I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go one octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. I'm using the same fingering, everybody. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings like using different string roots. Like you use your third string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, that's one string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, fourth string root. So that was third string root, fourth string root, fifth string root. Then I have to do it here, sixth string root. So those are the different three string roots that I use. The thing is, a lot of students in the beginning, when they're learning how to play jazz, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the first degree, the first note, second, third, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the ninth. The ninth is the second note of a chord up an octave. Okay, or the sharp 11, which is a flat 5. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up one octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should also see these chords, and all these chord tones without looking at the root all the time and be able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time and practice. So those are some of the things I'd like to talk about. Now, I know there's only a couple of people watching because I only gave an unlisted link to some people, and it is the summer. So it's harder to get people to watch a live stream, but this is going to be re-shown again. So I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public, and I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions, tons of questions, too many questions. So today was it's a day about asking questions. So does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching actually? Raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for So that was called But Beautiful, chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's only a couple of people attending today. I actually didn't advertise this particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's great. That's a great question. Let me see. I'm gonna let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. So look at this. Sean, I don't even know this song at all. I've seen it in this book. It's called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on page 284 in the the regular real book, the legal real book actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord. Okay, when I'm sight reading a piece, okay, like this. First, I'll look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So the melody goes like this. First, I play through the chords. So chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. G6, 2, 3. B diminished 7. A minor 7, D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's in the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now I went through the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's the melody in the beginning, okay? But so now if I'm gonna play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major 7, or I can make it more fancy by putting like a 9 here. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. B. So that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, 3. Then it goes to G sharp diminished. Now the G sharp diminished looks like this. So that note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there, and then it goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's the melody note. So I can put all these chords under there now, like this. Watch this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open. Like I can. The next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. And then it goes, then A minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players when they're doing chord melody and they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. Now, most guitar players have a hard time reading. They only use tabs, unfortunately. And I think that's it's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But is you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read and hear the rhythms and everything without using tabs. I mean, with tabs, you understand? You need sheet music. You need to be able to read music. So I'm going to play this up an octave. So it's going to be like this now. Watch this. So I did all with chord melody, sight reading, chord melody. So I know all my voicing. This takes a lot of experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But but the best way to do this, like I tell my students all the time, is to just practice, and try to work this stuff out and to really learn your neck and your intervals and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. There's no shortcuts in music. Because what happens if you take a shortcut, you're going to get lost and you're going to fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. Or you'll get lost during the shortcut. And the best thing to do is practice, and, practice things thoroughly, know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying all these years and playing, I know what the note is against the chord. And I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music on the spot most of the time. Some songs can be much more difficult. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, then goes to this. 1, 2, and then goes to the A minor. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald Down, and something Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. See? So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish up here, I'm going to do about half an hour of live streaming for today, and I'm going to be reposting this, and you can watch the playback after. If there's any questions about anything today, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream today, but we only have 2 attendants right now, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students, and for watching. And it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this, but you can actually watch it playback anytime. So you can just go back to the post on Patreon, and hit the link, and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So if you ever want to get this book, an autographed copy, let me know. Because I have some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do walking bass lines, rhythms, all kinds. Chord melody, harmonizing melodies, all kinds of cool things. So if you want to get into that, please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I'll have some cool content up there, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening, everybody. And keep in touch, and we'll talk soon. And follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day. And I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month, okay? During the summer months, a lot of people are on vacation, but, well, I don't know about, right now, these times, but, a lot of people are out now. So we'll talk soon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ron Jackson. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Okay.
Yo, you're good.
Okay. Jackson. Actually, I'm going live right now if you're watching. So let me just hit this link on my other page here. Um, Hopefully you'll see this. Yeah, I'm live right now. I see 4 people up here. Thank you for watching. Now, definitely, if you're on YouTube, just definitely send me a chat and make sure you can see me. And if you're on Patreon, try to send me a chat through YouTube, okay? Just because it's easier than I'm navigating between both sites right now. And if you want to join the conversation, you can actually, click on here. Great. Hey, Todd. Great to see you, Todd. If you have any questions, please let me know. So today, I have some special guests from my people that bought my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay? And we're going to go through this book a little bit today, most of the live lesson. Now, this book, I'd like to thank Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I write for the magazine called Acoustic Guitar, and I have about at least 20 articles out from them. The last 2 issues, the first 2 issues of the year, I have an article. This one is about sweep picking. In this article with Ben Harper on the cover. This came out in January, so you can check that out. But these 3 lessons in here are from acoustic guitar and from Hal Leonard Music, and I have. Okay, and we're going to be doing. We're going to go over some the first lesson here, which is about walking bass lines. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to I'll talk a little bit about this stuff on here, but if you have your guitars ready, take them out. I know that we can't really do like a whole live Zoom kind of thing like I would do, but this is really good for you guys to see me and ask me some questions. So send me any questions or comments when you get a chance. Okay, let me see. This is a private link to unlisted link. So let me see all the messages if there's any. Okay, so let me get started. So the first lesson we're going to go over, just to go over briefly, we're going to go over all 3 of them. Is really just a lesson about walking bass lines, and it's a real mystery for a lot of guitar players to play bass lines, who want to play jazz. So we take this in this weekly workout. If you own the book, remember you have videos that go along with this book. Okay. It's just right here in the beginning. It tells you right at the beginning. You go right here. You'll see right at the beginning of the book, in the contents at the bottom, where to go to find the videos to go with the book. Okay, and it's really cool. So you have all the videos. Actually, I play everything through these videos, all my lessons, and the other guys on the book too. They have some great lessons in this book too. We're going to go over my lessons particularly. So let me start with number 1. Let me see. Hi, everyone. Oh, hi, Michelle. So let me get started here. So, when I was getting into bass lines, I was at Berklee College of Music, and I saw Joe Pass play. He actually was like, he was doing a clinic, a workshop, and he was like he's a real monster, that guy, with the walking bass lines and chords and soloing. So the hard part, one of the things, one of the first things I learned at Berklee was to walk a bass line, and there's a couple ways you could do it. On the guitar, I do on this lesson particularly, I do a blues in G, and the most important thing I want you guys to know is to simplify it. Hey Dan, good to see you. Dan, one of my great students. Great to be here. Dan got the book too, and so look at this. So when I'm walking a bass line, you should know how to do a bass line. And now doing a bass line is not even easy. You have to know how to connect chords at the right time, at the right place. So the easiest bass line, I start off in the lesson here. I talk about Freddie Green and comping and all kinds of stuff. It kind of comes from that, comes with the comping. But the most important thing is to be able to do a bass line by itself. Okay, first, so I would go like this. So I'm doing a blues in G, like in this blues here in the key of G. It's just a typical jazz blues. A 4, 1 to 4 to C7 to G7, 1 bar, then D minor 7, G7, then C7, C diminished 7, C sharp diminished 7, excuse me, G7, B minor 7, E7, A minor 7, D7, G7, E7, A minor 7, D7. Now, for example, you should know this progression by heart. Never, when you're playing jazz or any style of music, you don't see like, some jazz bands you see a lot, you'll see them reading music. But in general, you don't see a rock band or any famous pop band play with music in front of them. It looks bad. And, and people can't group to the music if they're looking at music. One of my friends who plays a lot of these famous bands like Bruce Springsteen said, one good thing is not to look at music when you're in the band. So you should memorize these songs. Memorize the blues, particularly in jazz, or any kind of jazz tune that you're learning. Now, this song is very common. I did it in the key of G just to make it a little bit easier. But, this same chord progression is for songs like Billy's Bounce, Now's the Time, Sunny Moon, for all the typical jazz blues tunes, okay, that you find. So the hard part is playing just the bass line in quarter notes. Now, when I play the quarter note, see how I'm emphasizing the 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's really hard to do, okay? And, you should be able to go through that. And then the next thing to do is do root fifth when you're taking solos, for example. When you're playing a bass line, I'll go like this: root fifth, root fifth, root fifth. Now 2 beats each. You can't do it there. So I'm going to the blues. Sorry. I gotta think about this. Now, just to do that, it's really hard to do. Okay, so when I do the next important aspect. So that's a real simple bass line. That's a hard bass line to actually do, and do it right. You see me? I was flubbing it up a little bit because I'm talking and playing at the same time. But so root fifth and root. Keep the steady beat though. Don't. When you're playing a bass player, if you're a bass player, you go. And then you miss a beat, the whole band's gonna go down the tubes, So you gotta make sure you keep that bass line going, even if it's a mistake. Just keep going. So the next thing is this, okay? If you have any questions, please send them. Let me see. I don't see any questions yet. I'm just trying to see. No, not yet. Okay. Just checking in here. So the next thing is, I showed you here on the Acoustic Guitar Magazine week 1 article that you're going to play the 3rd and 7th of each chord. So the 3rd and 7th is very important in 7th chords harmony in jazz. So what I mean by the 3rd and 7th is the root is 1. So in this case, if it's a G7, it's a G, and the 3rd is B, and then the 5th is D, and the 7th, or flat 7th in this case, is a F, okay? So what we do is we use those 2 notes together. So what I did was, when you play bass line, you walk a bass line on the guitar, or when you're comping in general, like the Freddie Green style. I didn't get to Freddie Green too much. There's an intro about him here, but in this article, in this lesson, but I didn't talk about him. He did a lot of comping, which is the root and 3rd and 7th. He did that kind of stuff like this, okay? So that's very important to know that voicing the 3rd and 7th over the bass line. That's why I had you start like that, because if you want to walk a bass line, you should really know the 3rd and 7th separately from the root of the chord. Okay, because then you'll get the bass line under that chord. That's what I actually do in this lesson. So Freddie Green's comp like that actually. Okay, and that's a hard thing to do actually too. Things like that, okay? Okay, that's that exercise actually, but the point is you should know where your third and seventh is in the chord separately. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to comp a blues, you should do like this. First, you do the bass line like I told you. Then you would just do the third and seventh by itself. Like that. You see that? That's what I have written out here in week 1 of this the Pass It On, which is page 35, everybody, just in case. You're sorry about that. I forgot to tell you the page number. That's the walking bass line. It's the first lesson in the book. Pass It On, page 35. I do it this way. Right now I'm not playing the bass that's written because you should know that separately. And when we do these articles, there's not enough space to write all this stuff. Okay, so what I did was I separated. I just played the third and seventh of the chord. Now you should know how to play the third and seventh of all your chords in general in diatonic, in diatonic major, for example. If I'm playing in the key of G, G major 7, A minor 7, B minor 7, C major 7, D7, E minor 7 flat 5, E minor 7 sorry, F sharp minor 7 flat 5. So I should be able to play the third and seventh. Now usually you can play the third and seventh this low if you want, but I put it up an octave and play the third and seventh up like that. See what I did? Now I'll put the bass there. So you have the fifth missing, and it makes it easier to play actually, to play it like that. So you should know your diatonic thirds and sevenths. Now, what's really cool is I have an exercise for this actually that I'm going to put on my Patreon because some of the people are watching who are on my Patreon. Just in case people on the book are watching, from the book are watching my Patreon, you're actually streaming. I'm streaming live to my Patreon patrons as well as you guys, you know, who get these lessons all the time because they're patron. Okay, different kinds of lessons, not the same as this book, of course. So what's really cool is when you play that third and seventh and that bass note, you can actually do. See that? I can go like that. Then I can do root fifth. See how I'm stopping the bass or the chord? So to be able to do a bass like that root fifth, you have to adjust your fingers. So remember, the common chords that you play and the fingerings that you learned don't apply anymore. You just got to know where to put your fingers. Watch this. See, I'm adjusting my fingers. So that's how you come up with bass lines on that kind of, with the third and seventh and root. Now, so when I'm doing this exercise with the blues in B flat and in G, excuse me, like the blues is like this. So that's so this is a blues in G that we're going over. So when I put that bass line in, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to go. I'll hold that chord out to do a separate bass line. See how that third and seventh is easier now? I mean, that bass line is easier with that third and seventh. Like that. Okay. Any comments or questions yet so far? Nothing? Okay. Let me see if anybody's live chatting with me right now. Nobody? Okay. So, what's happening is this. Let me see if there's any questions or comments so far. Nothing yet. Loud and clear. Someone, Todd said loud and clear. Dan Alvo. Oh, what bass line can you play over G major? Oh, sorry, I missed Reggie's comment. What bass line can you play if G major 7 is 2 measures? Oh, that's a good question. What you can do is just walk up the scale. So I'm doing that approach note. Now that's the hard part. Walking a bass line over the same chord is really hard if it's just the same chord over and over. It's easier if you have a bunch of chords because you can just kind of walk through all the chords. When this was just one chord, you gotta kind of make up the bass line. See what I'm doing? See, I'm kind of like walking around. So I can actually go even fancier. Now, I'm doing a lot of fancy stuff now. I'm doing passing tones, approach notes. Those are part of bass lines, but it's hard to put those in if you can't just walk a very basic bass line first. You got to start throwing all the other stuff in later. So that's what I would do if I'm walking. Sometimes I'll reharmonize. See, I'm just trying to stay on the G, but I'll just maybe throw a 2/5 in there. So that's how I would actually throw something like that in there. So that's a really hard thing to do. Then I'm just staying in one position, but I can actually go. See, I'm kind of mixing it up now when I'm doing the G major 7. So that's a great question, Reggie. That's the hard thing, to do a walking bass line over the same chord and making it creative. Okay. Now bass player we'll just go. He'll just do something like that. Now they don't also end on the root, everybody. So that's another tricky thing about doing bass lines. You don't want to just end on the root all the time. They might end on the 3rd or the 5th, or 7th or something, and not very common. Like Ron Carter, if you listen to that guy, he does a lot of great bass lines. So it's very important to check out bass players and learn real bass lines from them. So let's get back to this exercise, weekly workout number 1 out of the book. So if you have the book, this is a great opportunity for you to get to check it out. If you don't have the book, go check it out. It's on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. So watch this. So I'll do that bass line like this. And what I started doing is, I actually have it written like this in the lesson. You should be able to do both ways. Okay, I have that first, so you get the Freddie Green thing. Then I start doing the bass line like this. To do this is hard. That's the next part. All roots, etc. I'll go through the whole thing. Yeah, so let me see something here. I'm going to check someone's making a comment, just to make sure everything's going okay. So, does anybody know how to walk the bass line already? Now for the book, let me know. Please let me know. Send me a message. Does anybody have any questions about how you place the 3rd and 7th and how you do the fingerings? No? Please send me a message, everybody, if you do. Okay. Let me see what else is going on here. I don't see any more messages. So good. So let's get to the next part. Please send me more messages and questions if you have any. I'm gonna They're just looking at some. So the next part of this lesson here, just to do a walking bass line like this. I have this written out. I'm just playing it separately. That's what I have written. Sorry. Like that, okay? So what I'm going to do next is that's the bass line I wrote on week 3 of the weekly workout. Can anybody play that already? Yes? Okay. If you can, let me know. And if you have a problem playing that bass line. So what I did was you got to separate the bass line from these third and sevenths, and you have to be able to play them separately. Okay? And so watch me. Now you got to put that third and seventh in there. Now, what happens is, if you look carefully if you look at between week 2 and week 3, you notice that the third and seventh is only for 2 beats now. Why? Because you don't need to hold that chord that long, actually. Because when you're comping a bass line, you're not going to go and hold it that long. Usually guys will go like this. They do different kinds of comping behind that. And that's another goal you have to get to, is not to just play these whole notes and half notes, but to do actual comping rhythms. And if you're a Patreon on my account, there's a whole lesson at the, like from last year. If you go to archives, if you just go back and, in the posts, I have this thing of all these different kinds of comping patterns from the Charleston, okay, which is very common in jazz, the Charleston comping pattern, which actually I show here in week 4. So if I'm going to play that bass line, I would do it real slow right now. So I'm going to play the week 3 bass line. Watch this. See, now I'm only playing for 2 beats. What I did was, now I started doing these bass lines that connect. They do. I stole these from different bass players that I've transcribed. So what I did was I just played a bass line, went up the scale, then I went up chromatically to get to the C. These are almost like chromatic approach notes, but they're on bass lines. Okay, and I have a whole lesson about chromatic approach notes in my Patreon, all 16 of them. Then I went back down. To the C, to the B flat, which is a flat 7, and then went back chromatically back to the G. And then I went up the scale, root 5th, then root 3rd, then I went to the C7, flat 7, and then I did C diminished. Then I did an approach note to G. Then I did a chromatic notes going up to the B, to the E. Then a chromatic approach note to the E7. Then a chromatic approach note up from above to the A minor. Then connect to the A minor to the D7. Then down the scale back to G7. Chromatic approach to the E7. Then a chromatic approach from above to the A minor. The chromatic approach from below to the D7. Does anybody have any questions about chromatic approach notes? Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll talk about it for a minute. You can approach a chord tone like a G. Let's say you're playing a G chord. An approach note would be actually playing a note above each chord tone. So I'm playing a half step below each chord tone. So G, I'm playing the note right below F sharp. Then on the B, on the arpeggio, I would play A sharp. On the D, a C sharp, and then back to G, F sharp. So it sounds like this. You should be able to do that over any chord, actually. Usually you do it on the root fifth, root third and fifth on most chords, not on the seventh, but you can. Okay, it gets kind of weird when you play the seventh, but it's possible because I do. When you're a jazz musician, you kind of do everything once you know how to do it the right way. Okay, so you have to learn these rules and then break them eventually. Okay, let me move this camera down just a little tiny bit. Okay, so you can see my guitar better, and my head's cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that's the next bass line. So what's happening on week 4? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a couple more weeks to go. A couple of more lessons. So the last lesson is basically a Charleston rhythm. It's actually like that, sorry. I phrase these things so differently sometimes. I'll go, I might make it short. It's the same rhythm, but I'll go, this is a dotted quarter note to an eighth note. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a walking bass line under that. So that's hard to do. You got to go. Oh, someone had a question. Oh, I want to get this question. What's this person saying? Oh. No questions? Let me see. Let me see who's saying a question here real quick. Looks good. Someone said looks good. Okay. Okay. So what basically you're doing a Charleston rhythm. So you gotta learn how to do what I also if you have any questions about how to pick and hit the notes with your fingers, please ask me. I'm using hybrid picking. Okay, you can actually do with this picking with this bass lines, you can actually even do just all picking if you want. It's harder. You could use hybrid picking, which is pick and fingers, or you could use your fingers. Sometimes I use my fingers too. Actually, the easiest way to play this is probably with your fingers altogether. But in my case, I'm switching when I'm actually performing or recording whatever I'm doing. It's good to have my pick handy. So I usually use hybrid picking, but you could actually go. Watch. It's actually easier. Now, I want to show you guys something, just so you know. You'll notice how the chord, when I actually go from the D minor 7, now you go, what happens is, when you change a chord, let's say you're going to D minor 7 to G7 for 2 beats each, and you're hitting a syncopation, you've got to hit the second syncopation note before you hit the chord because it's actually approaching the next note. So if I'm going, instead of going 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Instead of going, I have to go to get to that G7 note chord. Okay. So that rhythm, whenever you do a syncopation and it's syncopated up, you've got to play the chord, the next chord before you get to the next. You got to play that syncopation before you get to the next chord. So it sounds like this. Or it's hard to do. Have to do it slower. So you have anticipating that? anticipated that those chords just like that. So that's how you actually do the walking bass lines in the weekly workout for Pass It On page 35 of my book right here that we're going over, called Chords at Your Fingertips. So this is actually for my patrons so they can learn bass lines. And if you don't have the book, please pick it up on my website. And these are for the people who already bought my book. They're inviting guests today. I have guests from all over the who are private students sometimes on my live lesson, not on my Patreon account itself, where they get all the free lessons that they want that I put out in videos, etc. So I just want to let you guys know, if you all my patrons and everybody whoever's a patron, I started a new thing. I'm going to give you shout outs on Instagram and YouTube on my YouTube end cards. I'm listing you on all my new videos, all my current patrons, okay? And of course, when you join, it might take a week or two just to get your name at the end card, because I got to put your name on the end card and then then edit it into video and everything. But I'll include you and definitely give you a shout out within a week. So thank you for watching if you're a new patron, okay? And if you want to join, just let me know. People who are, just go to my Patreon at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you can just join. Now, watch this. So the next lesson that I have in here is called Spicing Up Your Playing. It's out of my book, okay? And so jazz is, it talks about jazz is full of harmonies and all that kind of stuff, okay? That sound foreign to most people. Oh, yeah. So someone was mentioning about the new benefits I'm going to be offering through Patreon. I'm going to try to feature some patrons, for example, things like that. Do more interactive stuff with my patrons. So I'm going to be announcing that very soon on my Patreon and in public. On my Instagram and TikTok and everywhere everybody follows me, subscribes to me. And if you don't subscribe to me on YouTube already, please do. Thank you for 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that. I just passed that, getting close to 21,000 soon. Okay, and so I'm going to have some new benefits coming up with Patreon. Okay, because my Patreon's starting to get bigger and bigger. So now let's get back to the playing here. So in this weekly workout lesson, okay. So each lesson lasts for a week here. And we start talking about how to spice up your playing in jazz. So we start off with knowing your diatonic chords. I talked about a little bit about it on a minute ago. You should be able to play like a C major a chord progression in thirds. So that's what I basically do in this first exercise. So this is something that's very common that all students should know how to do. So the diatonic chords in C are just C, D, E minor, F, G, A minor, B diminished, C, okay? You should know that if you want to play music in general, okay? And then see how I played it across the neck. You can do it that way, or up and down the neck like this. And from any root on the string too, like etc. Now, the next thing to do is learn your major sevenths. Like this.
1 sec.
Okay. So what I did was I just went up the scale like this. These are closed voicings, we call them, or drop twos. Now I have them written out like this on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, the book here. I mean, kind of, you should be able to do any kind of fingering from any root on the string. So you should be able to do from here. See how I just went right to the 4-string root? And from here too. I'm going to go backwards. So those are the diatonic seventh chords. You should be able to play those. Let me know if you know how to play these. And if you don't, if you have any questions about it, I'll show you how to use the fingerings. A lot of this stuff is trial and error, so you need to really practice this just like I'm doing it right now. Like I haven't done it in a while. It's a real basic technique, and this is not easy. It's kind of tricky. Now the fingerings change, of course, according to the string you're using, of course. So the next part, I start showing like a typical 1-4, 1-4, 1-5 progression. Okay, so it's like this. I'll do it fast. So that's a lot of jazz tunes. Just so you guys know, are just a very basic progression. Is just reharmonized. So a lot of jazz musicians like myself, we just like to reharmonize everything. You got to do it in taste. Sometimes if you over reharmonize a song, it just starts to sound like it's like an exercise or something. So your goal is to be able to like reharmonize like this. Just instead of going straight from a C to an F, you could just go throw in that C7. That's what I did in this exercise. Then make the F to a minor, 4 minor, 1, 4, 1, back to G7. Okay, so that's example 4 number in week 1 of this exercise. So that you have to start working on this and doing different keys and different exercises and try experiment with that. And the next thing to do is to reharmonize this. This is all about reharmonization, adding flavor to your chords and progressions. I can go like C. Instead of hitting the C7 with just the root, I can go to the and add the third. See what I did? Then I went to F minor. Then I went to the C. And then what I went to C over G, then C7 over G, then I went to F over A, and then I went to F minor over A flat, and I went like this: C over G to G7 back to C. Or you can do it this way too. I have it written out like this. So when I read the chord symbols too, I can translate it to different things. What's written here is like this. I can do it this way. See what I did? I did exactly the same progression, but I started doing all these reharmonizations. And then the next example, week 2. So this is a great exercise. All these exercises take a week to learn because you have to memorize these and internalize this stuff. Okay, so now week 2. So that's the end of week 1. That's 5 examples. So week 2, we start throwing in the 7th chords. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. No questions so far. I guess people are just like like what I'm talking about and don't have any questions. Okay, so the next thing is so now we'll do this 1-6-2-5 progression. Okay, so you should know how to do that this way. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Then a reharmonization for that is basically replacing the 1 with the 6, with the 3rd, excuse me. So you make 3 E minor to A minor to D minor to G7. Okay, that's a very common replacement for the C major 7. It could be the 3rd. Okay, now the next example, you could just make this the C major 7 to the A minor 7, 1-6. Just make it a dominant. So they call it the 5-7 or the 2, which is D minor. So these are very, very common chord progressions that you see in jazz. Okay, and that you could just reharmonize. What we like to do is instead of playing like the 1-6-2-5, the diatonic chords, we could just go all dominant. We could just do an A7 there, and then go D minor to D7, or you can make it all dominant. So they all lead to the next chord, okay, and go back to the 1. And then of course you go back to the 3rd E E minor, you go A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's very common. So if I'm doing a song like I Got Rhythm, oh, someone made a comment. Oh, let me see who said that. Can we go down here? I can't figure out how to go down. So someone made a comment about benefits. Let me see. Let me go to live chat. Uh-oh. See live chat. I can't see them. Oh yeah, Patreon, just so you know. Patrons, you will get a dedicated discount code for use on discovery calls and tangible benefits and additional live workshop every month for DIY music marketing, etc. Okay. So we'll talk about that too. So you can read about that in comments after. So when you're doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so the typical progression is 1 6 2 5, C major 7, E minor 7, D minor 7, G7. But what we do is we kind of mix it up now. I'll replace the C major 7 with this. Oh, it did. So what happens when you start reharmonizing and putting these extra chords in, you have more of an arsenal to take a solo with. So I can just go. And so we reharmonize. That's why we reharmonize. So we can just, instead of doing that, we can go. I changed it around or. Okay? So I basically, that's what jazz musicians reharmonized and spice up their chords and playing and notes so they could spice up their solos. That's what they really want to do at the end. Okay? Then you can also do dominant 7th on the E minor now instead. And then do this thing called tritone substitution where you replace, instead of playing the A7, I play an E flat 7. Now, I don't want to talk too much about tritone substitution because we can talk about that for one lesson. Tritone is basically just a tritone, which is like a flatted 5th or sharp 4 away from the chord that you want to play. So an A7 would be E flat, and they share the same 3rd and 7th. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can go. I'm just replacing this chord and this chord with this chord. And it sounds weird. It's really symmetrical. Back to the C. So that's a very common progression. So with the tritone, okay? And I actually show that in example 12. So the 3rd and 7th are the same. These two notes are the same. It sounds like a song. So I do that a lot in my walking bass lines too. Mix them up. Etc. Okay. Now, example number also we can do this too. When I did, we can do the C major 7 and do the tritone substitution of the A. The A, E flat instead. The D minor 7 to the D flat. Now, if I'm losing you guys, please ask me any questions about all these tritone substitutions because I'm getting lost talking about them too. I mean, I know what's going on, but if I was watching this, I'd be going, "Whoa, that's going by fast," and I go by pretty fast because we're gonna have to finish at 3. So, now example 4 is just you just instead of playing like the straight C major 7, you can just put a 9 in there. Okay, to make it more interesting. So I'm playing a C major 9, like that, and then I'm doing, or you can do this one on the D minor 7. You can play a C major 9 like that too. Only thing about the C major 9, there's no 3rd to make it sound like it's a major, that defines if it's minor or major. But it's a nice sounding chord. Okay. So that's example number 15 of week 3. I'm just skipping by here to go get through this quicker. And the thing is now, instead of playing dominant sevenths with just like a straight seventh, you can spice it up by putting like a 13 and 9 like this. That's a really nice chord. Okay. I did that. I actually did it, sorry. And then, this is a C13 flat 9. And then an E over a G, which is actually what we call also in jazz. Let me see this one to make sure I'm playing it right. It's also called a G7, 13, flat 9. Okay, and then then I'm doing a G minor 7, a D minor 7 to that chord. So I did a 2-5-1 with all these fancy reharmonizations now. You can play like this. Instead of going, sounds boring, you can do this. So there's a D minor 7, E over a G, they call it, or G7 13 flat 9 to C major 9. Okay. Now that's example number 16. Number 17 is just a C dominant like this. Now to spice it up that chord, I can just put a flat 5 or a sharp 5. So that's very common, and you can just resolve to F major 7. Now the F major 7, example number 18, to make it sound more interesting, you could just put a major 7 sharp 11 or sharp 5. So this is how you're changing. So just so you know, I'm going by quick here. You're just changing notes in the chord. So if I'm playing a C7, the 5, I can just make a flat 5 to make it sound cooler. Or I can take that note and raise it up one note to a sharp 5. The major 7, just change that note. The C, F major 7 to sharp 11 or sharp 5. So you have to really know your chord tones to be able to play all these fancy chords I'm playing. And also, if you're playing like a regular C chord, these are actually called line cliches, just so you know. Like, so if I'm playing this next example 19, and I go to the I can just raise the G, make it augmented, and make that a 6 and go back down. And you hear that a lot in songs, everybody. Like, I believe the children are our future. Da, 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 da. You know, it's like a very common progression. There's a lot of songs like that. But what about this? If I do that in minor, you know what that is. James Bond. So those are called line cliches. So a lot of jazz musicians like to spice up their chords like that, because when they're taking a solo, they'll use that line in their solo. They'll go like this. I'm trying to throw that note in like a solo. It's kind of weird. So it's very important to know these lines and chord shapes just to be able to do cool reharmonizations. And then, of course, you get to the major 7th one like this. That's example number 20. And the example 21 is a common one. You know, My Funny Valentine, My Fun, or Stairway to Heaven. This is the same line from Stairway to Heaven. It's the same minor major 7, minor 7, minor 6. And then this one I showed you earlier. Example 22. Okay, so that's my adding flavor. So we're going over my book here, everybody. And just so you know, I think I have a code still. If you want to get on my website, you save 20% off. If you're, I think a lot of people bought my book on sale. you'll save 20% off. You go to my website if you use the code Sunday. I think it's still valid. Use code Sunday, and you get an autographed copy. Now, the last week, I'm going to try to go through this kind of quick, is we harmonized like Chet Atkins. He was one of my favorite guitar players. I used to know Les Paul, and Chet Atkins was like a great, guitar player that knew how to harmonize and do fingerstyle stuff. So this basically, you take a simple melody in the beginning, you start reharmonizing it and making it more and more fancy. So we take a melody like this. Let me play it for you. Oh, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, so you can just do things. We basically just make it into a chord melody thing. So we're gonna go there. See what it is? See? Now, it'd be easier if I use my fingers because there's so many notes. That's the good thing about fingers. You don't have to worry about the notes in between. So I would go. This is example number 2. Oh, let me see. There's a comment here. Ooh, a comment. I'm looking for your comments, guys. Let me see. Oh, London Bridge or Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Actually, I'm getting hungry. Ronnie wants a little ham. So, sorry about that, guys. I have dumb jokes. But anyway, yeah. So that's London Bridge. Now, here's what we can do next. In this exercise, we start really harmonizing the song in chords. So we do this now. Watch this. Example 3. I'm using triads. Different kinds of triads. I'm sorry reading this. I don't know this by heart. See what I did? So you should be able to do that with your melodies in general. Especially diatonic thirds that I'm doing right now. That's what I just did. Okay? And then the next page, it gets really, really fancy here. I'm trying to do this quick. So now what happens is I start doing this. Watch this. If I do this slowly, it goes like this. We look at this carefully. Now this gets much harder. Watch this. Watch this. See, what happens is now we start putting the notes in different places, okay? So we're gonna go. Now watch this. Okay, now example number 5. We're gonna go to this part. Watch this. So the melody notes everywhere now. So what happens there, everybody? The melody notes on the bottom now. Now the first example number 4, just so you know, you don't always need to play the melody on top of the chord. The melody note in example number 4 is actually below the root, so it's like this. So it's hard to get that. You got to make sure you have that melody note come out when you're playing it in the middle. So that's example number 4. You hear the melody in between? I'm trying to play that melody note right in between. So, and the example number 5, we're going to put the melody note at the bottom. Watch this. It's really interesting. And I actually like this exercise because I got to work on it myself. So it's like this. So everything's on the bottom now. Now watch this. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Hey, Dan. Hi. Oh, so yeah, Dan said hi. Okay, good. So you see what I did? I learned this from like how hanging out with Bucky Picciarelli also, and they all knew each other. Bucky and Howard Alden, another great 7-string guitar player. I actually had him on my Sunday evening jazz show a couple weeks ago. And what you could put a melody in between the notes of the chord, on the bottom of the chord, on top of the chord. They don't have to be on top of the chord all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's how you really get into chord melody. Really deep into it. Oh, someone's asking a question. Let me see. Okay, live chat. Let me go back to this question here. So Dan, let me see. Is this voice leading? Is this voice leading, or you misunderstand the concept? So lame fire. So what's happening is I took a melody like Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, and what we did was in this weekly workout. It's the last weekly workout in the book that I have called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you don't have the book, because this is like from the owners of my book, like a workshop, also for my Patreon, so you can learn some new stuff too, and about reharmonization and all this stuff's in my book. You could take a melody like that and you could harmonize it with chords, and then start harmonizing, then putting the chords under each melody note. Different ways, and then you can start putting the melody note in between the chords. So what? So I put the melody note in between each. I have it actually. This part I have it in the middle. I mean, one note below the root. So, see, I'm playing the chord like this. Now, I'm putting the melody note not on top this time. Now, that's really hard to do, everybody. See, the melody note's still in there. Can you hear the melody notes? Okay, the next part is, okay. Hear that? Hear that? Now, next one. So what I'm doing is, now you can put the melody note on the bottom too. Now watch this. So the point is to be able to play the melody on top middle, or the bottom of the chord. Here's the next one. See what I'm doing? Melody notes on the bottom. See what I did? So I can do it like this now. Let me start again. It's tricky. Okay, so this is out of the book. It's called Harmonizing Like Chet Atkins. Okay, page 65, and that was example. That was week 2, example number 5. So week 3, we take a melody like this, and here B flat, and goes like this. Which is called Billy Boy, okay? And we start doing a reharmonization. This is a really hard one now. We're gonna start reharmonizing that whole song into like one big chord melody thing. So it looks like this. Let me play it for you. Okay, so that's Billy Boy. So basically, I'm doing a chord melody. I took the melody and I just started doing the 1-6-2-5 progression. Put the chord changes under this. So this is the whole goal of you playing chord melody in my book, is to be able to do all this stuff. Let me see if there's any other questions here. So I'm trying to see the chain here. For any game themes, I'm pretty sure the background Zelda Palace's theme is good. Oh, okay. Dan said interesting comment. I don't quite understand. We'll talk about that later. Let me see what's on live chat. Great. You should be able to harmonize a song with a melody on any string. Yes, that's the whole point. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm going to go over the last one exercise before I finish up. So if there's any questions, please. Someone had a question here. Let me see. Okay, good. So now in week 4, now this is a really hard exercise. In week 4 of the book here, it's like you do the complete chord melody harmonization of this song. And I haven't played this in a while, so I want to try it for you. So we're going to do, this is like a real complete chord reharmonization. So you should be able to do chord melody and build up to this. This is like the finale of the book, my piece. So it's going to sound like this. And I actually have this videotaped professionally in the book for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So let me drink a little coffee before I play this. So watch this. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to use my fingers to make it a little easier. So this is week 4, and I'm going to be basically sight reading this. It's going to be like this. I don't even look at the tabs. I always look at the notes because I know how to read notation, and that's pretty hard. There it goes. go like this. Oh, I like this. Yeah, almost perfect. So I basically played almost reharmonized every melody note on that piece for the very last exercise. So that's pretty complicated to do. So watch this. There's some parts here like let me try it one more time. I'm going to show you some specific parts before I finish up. So I start off with a minor 9, and then I do a C diminished, and then I kind of do like that implies F7, so you know. Then I use a sharp 2 diminished, B diminished, C minor. Then I do a 6 chord, okay, F6. Then I do a passing chord. I like doing this. Then I use a minor 7 flat 5 instead. Then I do it like a little G major 7, G flat major 7 reharmonization. Then I do so I did like a passing, chromatic passing, descending chord progression like this: B flat major 7, A7, A flat 13, G13, G flat 13. Okay, no G13. Sorry, G7 flat 13. A lot of chords going by here. So it goes like this. So I did a chromatic chord going through that melody. Then I went like this. I did a line cliche. Then I did this cool thing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of inversions here. Then I went. I like a lot of these passing chords going down. So that was the finale of the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you learn how to reharmonize all kinds of different things. And there's also kinds of other great exercises from great writers in this book too. So that's my second Saturday live lesson. Now, if you enjoyed this, and you're not a Patreon already, please join my Patreon. I have all kinds of lessons related to this and all kinds of other new arrangements that I have that aren't as fancy as this, but they're simpler and easier to play. And so if there's any questions, please let me know. Send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which you probably have. If you want to study with me, let me know privately. Also, there's some tiers on Patreon that are cheaper than studying with me privately because it's pretty expensive to study with me privately. You get less hours, but you get all the benefits, and get all the music through Patreon. And you pay a higher price, but it's a better deal than studying with me privately if you want to go that route. But if there's any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. I'm just trying to see if there's anything missing here. And I really appreciate you guys on Patreon and everybody else and everybody that's been following me. Reggie, my great student who's studying with me for a couple of years. Dan Olivo, a new student, and we used to be a former student, now another student. All these great people watching. I appreciate you guys. And if there's any questions, let me know. So these are my 3 lessons out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. I got to work on this too. Just kidding. Always have to work on something. Because, some of these lessons I've written, I wrote, like maybe 6, 7 years ago, at least. So, it's always good to go back and relearn things. And I'm always studying anyway. So thank you everybody for watching, and keep in touch. If you want to join my Patreon, just it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. I have it written here. Let me see. Let me just show you real quick. It's right here. Just join my Patreon right there. I think it's the right direction. And also, I'm having a sale. Because it's my 20th anniversary. I mean, my 1 year anniversary of my show. You could buy the book and everything here, and other sheet music there. Use code Sunday and CDs and everything else. Use code Sunday on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. And there's a playback on this too. So before I release it to the public, the playback's gonna last for a couple of months. Okay, and at least a month. And thank you again. I'll be posting more stuff on Patreon as well this week, coming week. I do 1 or 2 posts at least a week. Okay, and thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jackson, and that was my 2 walk fasts from my brand new album, Standards in My Songs. And you can pick up your copy at ronjacksonmusic.com of vinyl and CD formats. And it's going to be reviewed in the May issue of Vintage Guitar Magazine. So pick up a copy of Vintage Guitar Magazine at vintageguitar.com. And I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you. Once a year I play that. I have to remember that song. That's a great tune. Mel Torme. We had to do something else. Do a little different tonight. Frosty the Snowman.
How about it for Ron Jackson, Pete Zimmer, and Dan Chase? Good evening. I'm Leslie Harrison. How's everybody? A pleasure to be here in your wonderful, warm city.
yeah.
Thank you.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we thought a bit about the end of it, when we started painting the town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things.
One more time. It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights,
a trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we thought of it, about the end of it, when we started painting that town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just. It was great fun, but it was just. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. Thank you.
Sia Jackson and Ron Jackson.
Oh, thank you.
Not nobody to play with.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, I know. I know, my hand hurts now.
Yeah.
My hand was hurting before, actually. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. I'm trying to go live here, and it's gonna be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's gonna be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm gonna be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm gonna be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. You know, I've had those kind of remarks. So if you have any questions, please ask them, you know. What's up, everybody? On YouTube, how's it going? I'm going to go live on Instagram, too, now, just for fun. And I've been, hey, everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody. First, I'm transmitting to through Instagram and YouTube, you know, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know, and just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April, and I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in Kansas. So if you know some places for me to play out there, let me know. Okay? I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, you know, Illinois, anywhere. How to practice arpeggios. Okay. So let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's Story? How's it going? I love your playing over there, you know, for acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on YouTube. So you know, I'm playing my 7-string guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So you know, I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, I'm going live, and Instagram's asking me to ask you, you know, if you want to donate badges to me to help support my page, and I appreciate it. You know, I'll give you a big shout out if you do here on Instagram and on YouTube. You can donate $1, you know, 99 cents, $1.99, or $4.99 for 1 or 2 or 3 of hearts to help me and my channel. And Instagram, you know, is encouraging me to go live, and you know, on YouTube I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Hey, thank you for the badge on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but let me angle the camera a little bit lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who was that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Let me adjust the camera. Now, I'm going to take some questions. I see some questions here on YouTube. Let me see. I want to see what's going on here. Love you. Try to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that 7th string, just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work, like booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. And it's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal. And I use and I have a bunch of pedals actually from Seymour Duncan that I use. And I actually was demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk, just in case you guys don't know him. And, we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band. It's all original music. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were, black people of color that were killed by the police. It's sweet that he got a grant for a few years ago, and then we did some video for them. It's going to be great. It has like all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ, on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal, actually. A lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan, just in case you guys don't know. Let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. Since people are asking about my pedal board, I have one right here. And let me show you what it looks like, guys. You're welcome. If you guys take your requests, on Instagram, someone actually gave me. I'm going to answer your question right now about what's my favorite song key, but if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Movements is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't donate with badges because you're not on Instagram, YouTube, but I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. And we'll talk more about announcements like that too. Thank you, guys. So now, let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a pedal train pedal board here. See this? And take all the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. They have great pedals. Look at the pedals in this pedal board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me try to put this. It's too much. Look at this pedal board. Let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster by Seymour Duncan. So you guys can look at that. Take a look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here. And these were like, I'm an endorser for them, so they give me pedals, basically. There's a lot of money worth of pedals here. So I love using the Boss Octaver, and look at that, yeah. Okay, and then I use a volume pedal, Boss volume pedal, FV50. It's a great volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp, actually, which is my Fender Tone Master. amp back here, okay? It's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, you know, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is these are Seymour Duncan pedals too. This is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, you know. Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because, you know, I like to play clean. And also I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey, but he lives in you know, way out in California near the beach. He does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And you know, and I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the pedal for that stuff. Okay. So now let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jimmy. Red House. That's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. Are there very affordable amps that you can recommend for jazz? I mean, there are affordable amps, but I tell you guys, the best amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or you know, they're like the tube amps, but they simulate the tubes, and they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, you know, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now, and I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my peak speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle you know, the power of the amp. So these speakers are here are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is 250 watt speaker, put in this amp, and it sounds great. I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy, and I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. Let me see all the messages. You're from the Manila. Oh, cool. How long have you been playing? I've been playing since I was a kid. Creating ways to use the whole tone scale. Okay, so someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking, and I'll answer your questions too on Instagram too. So if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. So I like to do things like this. Half step below each, like I'm doing a third. You can play up the scale like this. Then you could go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You could go. And it's kind of easy to play the whole tone is arpeggios like this. You know, I'm using that like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. Now that's really great for, you know, for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone licks like that, but also like I like doing whole tone licks like this. Like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See what I'm doing? So those are kind of cool licks I like to use with whole tone, everybody. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone, like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. I'm practicing right now, everybody. Actually, so I like to practice these things. Okay. So that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the D, key of D because of E is a good key too because you get those harmonics. So I love using open string harmonics with open string chords, and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite keys is, like, the guitar keys, like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. So you can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that, okay? So I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. A bunch of people have been watching on and off on Instagram, so I'm going to play a song now before people get bored, because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you. I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass, I sound great. I'm trying. You know what? I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much business, and that I ended up not playing the guitar, unfortunately. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. This is a 7-string, guys. So just in case you guys, I want to let you guys know, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York, okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig. Okay, come watch me tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York, okay? And it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place in Harlem. Okay, and this might be backwards for you guys on Instagram. Okay, and it's on 51st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, on Instagram, and you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, or anybody out there. And I want to know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa. In Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year, so bring me out there if you know of any places, okay? Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad lines? What are some great ballad lines on, for example, on Stella by Starlight? Okay, let me answer that question. So if I'm doing Stella, let's play that song right now. So if I'm just now, I'm gonna be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. That's a 2/5 line, minor 2/5. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Now I'll be doing Lydian dominant here. Arpeggios. Now hold. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. Now when I get to the G7, now I could do altered if I want to. I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A flat 7 on this. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone was asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm going to answer some more questions on on YouTube, because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying this show on Instagram, just so you know, you can donate actually to my badges, because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You could buy a badge for a 99 cents or $1.99 or $4.99, 1 or 2 or 3 hearts. And on YouTube, you could just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing, thank you. How can I use the circle of fifths when I'm improvising? Well, when I'm improvising a circle of fifths, it usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing like a typical progression on rhythm changes, sometimes a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, is like I got rhythm, I got, you know that song? A typical reharmonization on that one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself, everybody, if you want to do these kind of licks over chord changes. So I'll just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you can practice them like symmetrically like this. It's hard to do. Etc. etc. So I'm just practicing them 2 different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it, okay? Let's see if we can play the bebop. What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play, if you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with the metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it, maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like to be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me. I don't know who this guy's name is. About some bebop stuff. I don't know. So Joe Pass, you know what he was saying? You know what he said to everybody? And I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. I'm here to give a workshop. He can play. So I mean, and I can play whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do, and there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you know, just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people used to ask him crazy, stupid questions. Play giant steps, or play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. Why are you guys watching me then? If I have nothing, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So so anyway, whatever. So I'll answer your questions if I can. Now, so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished and minor 6 chords? Actually, the minor 6 chord and the half diminished chord, which is called actually minor 7 flat 5, are the same exact chord. Now, there's a real pain in the butt, these chords. I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you could think about them. So E minor 7 flat 5 or E half diminished is the same as a G minor 6 chord. Different inversion. Okay. So these are all the same chord. This is G minor 6 or E minor 7 flat 5. It's just an inversion. Okay. Watch it. So these are all the inversions on the 5th string root. I'm playing a 7th string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know all your inversions. You should know all these, okay? All your 6th string roots, 5th string roots, okay? All your inversions. So they're exactly the same chord, just so you guys know, okay? Great question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means if I'm going through it from one chord to another, or passing chords, I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there I am. Good. So look at this. Someone just bought this book. They said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions. Okay, but this book, it teaches you how to play positions, all the scales and everything. But the thing is, everybody, you need to read just more music, more than music out of this book. You need to get just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading, is by just sight reading. You got to practice your sight reading just like you practice your scales, practice everything else, okay? Yeah, I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So, so just practicing, everything you possibly can. I read all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me see if I can show you. I just read anything. I have a bunch of books behind the screen here. But, sight reading books, anything, And I try to read stuff, don't read all the jazz riddles. I have all these fake books. You could try to read bass clef, try to read bass clef, these bass lines on bass clef, slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by Mike Nog. So there's all kinds of, all these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are I'll tell you, everybody, this is real. What happens if you put some music in front of a guitar player? They stop. And you don't want to be like that. You want to be very well-rounded as a guitar player, I think. You should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than anything else. So I read sheet music, I read guitar chords, everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. I appreciate you, Ymir. So let me go. How do you transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs? You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube, shorts, and on my TikTok, all at Ron Jackson Music, and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's a very common jazz blues, but the changes are different, in blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, Hey, oh, yeah. Whatever some chordal voicings. I can see quarter voices. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fourths. That's very, easy to play on guitar. So great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. And, I thank you for all the questions and great, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is. What other option, what people are saying on YouTube right now. And let me keep playing, everybody, because everybody's going to get bored if I keep don't play. Can you please talk about slash chords? So, yeah, someone's asking me about slash chords, okay? So, I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like 2 chords over 1, okay? Look at this. These are slash chords right here. Endangered Species by, I think it's Wayne Shorter. I think it's a Wayne Shorter song. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Wayne Shorter and somebody else. So look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means, to me, that means G over A is a G chord with an A in the bass. Now, an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over A is actually, to me, it could also be called an A sus9. And a A over B is a B sus9. Then it has F major 7 over a B. So look, F major 7 flat 5 over B. So watch this. Okay. Now that's weird. Now what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord, to me, is almost like I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord, so it can make it easier for me to play. So an F major 7 flat 5 with a B in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B low scale. So here, when there's a G over A, then how do you play over that stuff? To me, a G over A is actually an A suspended chord, so I'll use E Dorian. A B over A over B, I would use an F Dorian scale too. Or it's a dominant scale, okay, a B dominant. So that's how you go over the slash chords. That's a great question. So slash chords can be scary looking even for me, because they look complicated, but sometimes also, the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing it's a chord on top with a bass note. Sometimes I'll write 2 chords on top. That can be difficult too. Like one chord could be like a G, then one chord on the bottom could be like an A minor or something crazy. So that's even more difficult. And that happens actually, that exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, for all the questions, and please share my page with everybody, and follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube, and I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, so please share my page. And if, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop on Lively. Now, this is backwards on Instagram, I'm sorry. But it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com, okay? And I'm doing a workshop that's, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too, okay? And you can it transmits all over the world. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 18th, Eastern Standard Time. I had people from all over the world attending that. Oh, cool! You're gonna be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January if the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will. Okay, I'll be there. I did my tour last year of California. You know, I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. So, you know, send me a message, everybody, if you need me to come play in your area. Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay. So, also, if you're enjoying this, also I'm having a gig tomorrow night in New York City with this great singer named Hanka. Come to Harlem at Patrick's Place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay, you just have to eat and drink something though, of course. Okay, so you know, if there's any questions, let me know. I'm gonna play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If if you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so that's Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App for you guys here. And backwards for Instagram. You know, or you can just give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like. Okay. Thank you. NAMM. I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. You know, I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM. Okay. We're there with oh, cool. Great. That's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50-city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions, but let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh yeah, Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. You know, I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read. Actually, I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. You know. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read, because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument and do what you want to do, reading has nothing to do with anything. So that's a great point. I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't know how to read till later myself, until I went to Berkeley, and then I started doing Broadway stuff here in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people, unless you're have amazing ears, it's hard to learn a lot of stuff if you can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer, and it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I gotta go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. Whoa! What's the strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time, and I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying to do this. So, thanks, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. Thanks, Ron. You're welcome. Yeah. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Next time. You can watch the playback, though. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon, okay? Watch the playback. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. I'm going to get ready to do my live stream right now. Just setting up. So I'm expecting some people right at 2. I'm a little early. Trying to get this camera set up the right way, but I have to get the software. I got a brand new camera. And trying to zoom in the background, but I don't have the software installed yet, so sorry, guys. But I have my TikTok hat on, and I'm gonna, please start asking questions already. I might play a song for you while we're waiting on my 7th string to get some people to come in. But let me write a little chat here. Welcome. Please ask any questions during this workshop, this Patreon only workshop. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, okay. I'm going to play something for now and get going here. Let me see if I can do this song. I haven't done it in a while. Okay, everybody. I'm just making sure when people come in here. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. I gotta resend the link and make sure this is working. Hold on, guys. Let me go. Manage. Hold on. I'm gonna go live. There's something wrong here. Okay, Sean. Let me send this to you. I don't know what's going on here. I think I made a mistake. Let me do this here. Hold on here. Did I make a mistake? Let me see if there's a mistake here. I'm gonna have to go live again. Hold on. That's why there's no one here. Let me go to my studio. Okay, I made a little mistake. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to resend this. Let me do this right now, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, here. Let me send this again. Uh-oh. Let me send this again, guys. Hold on. Here's the correct link. Oh, correct link. That's correct. Really? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to go live. Let me come over. Someone's watching me, but I don't know who. I don't know why, but the link is not working. Can you do me a favor? Could you just text people on Patreon real quick? I'm gonna go live from my YouTube channel, like public, because I don't know why people aren't. The link I shared the link. It's the right link, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be. People can't seem to see it.
Did you make it unlisted?
Yes, it's unlisted.
Okay. All right. I don't know why either. All right. You gotta text me the link. Did you do that?
No. I'm just gonna go live. I'm just gonna go live.
You're just gonna go live publicly.
Yeah, from YouTube. Okay, I gotta email these two guys right now. Bye bye. They're my
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Going live in public. There's something wrong here. I gotta end this. So let me do this right now. I'm just trying to adjust my camera so you can see me pretty good. Uh-oh. It seems like I'm kind of headless today. How's it going? So, I'm going to play a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about what I've been doing, as far as, taking studying, practicing by myself, etc. Oh, my stand's kind of messed up over here. Let me fix this. So I'm just adjusting the camera for you guys so you get to see me good. And move it back a little bit. And put it down a little bit. Yeah, good. How's everybody doing? I'm just gonna put this up a little bit. Sorry, guys. Man, it's crazy. Let me see. This is kind of acting weird. Oh, it's not tight here. Let me do this. Yeah. So everybody, I'm here. Hey, Ron. How's your day? Good. I'm doing good, Angel. Just gonna play for you guys a little bit. Take some questions. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the followers I have and subscribers. Please share my channel. Do you know any Ween songs? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm mostly a jazz guitar player, but just in case you guys, just in case, I'll take some requests playing other stuff like that. I'm gonna actually go to my other computer so I can see your comments easily. So let me just play a song for now. I have a lot of announcements to do. And it's my birthday week, everybody. So I'm having a sale on my website. It's use code HBD and you'll save 20% on everything. But let me just get started, okay? I'm going to play my 7-string here. What are the most common jazz chords? It's common jazz chords are, basically 7th chords. Basically most of the time, okay? It's going to be my birthday week. So everybody, I don't know if you can read this, but there's a sale on my website, okay? You can get 20% off everything on my website. Books, CDs, everything. Use code HBD. You'll go to ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? Let me play a song before I answer some questions, everybody. And let me go there right now and do that. Ready? Here we go. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm going to take some questions now. So thank you for watching. Let me go look up and see what you guys are saying and see some of the questions here. It's really great to see you. And so just so you know, it's going to be my birthday on Monday. So I'm doing actually a birthday sale on my website again. Just go to my website and you can buy books, CDs, everything, like my new book over here. Where did I put that book? Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I got it. I got it right here. I got a new book, and uh-oh, I put it away. But anyway, I'll find it later. But I have a new book, and it's going to be a really cool. There's a lot of good things for sale up there, and I'm gonna answer some questions right now. Now, let me see. There's a lot of questions already. Someone asked me to play Body and Soul. So I'll play that song for you a little bit. I haven't played that in a while. So that's a request. I'll be playing a little bit of that for you. And let me get that out for you right now. Request for Body and Soul. You know how to play some Led Zeppelin songs? Of course. I mean, I haven't played any in a while, though. Of course, I know the most typical Led Zeppelin song. So this is a 7-string guitar. Also, Cashmere is a great song, actually. But I used to know those songs, but I can't remember all those songs. So I'm taking requests, but only if I know them, or kind of know them. I haven't played Body and Soul in a long time, and it's actually not an easy song to play. Let me grab something, so I can show you something, guys, real quick, so you can see something. Where is that? Oh, I guess I can't find it. Oh well. Anyway, guys, I wanted to show you something, but I can't find it. But anyway, so I'm back. Let me play you another song now. Let me answer some questions. You know how to play some Led Zeppelin. What's the most common jazz chords? I said 7th chords earlier. Can you give some tips and advice on learning how to practice arpeggios with a focus on using them over chord changes? So if I'm playing chord changes, everybody, let's say if I'm playing like a 1-6-2-5. That's the easiest thing to do. Let's say I'm doing C major 7. Let me take my other guitar so you guys can understand what I'm doing a little better. I'm going to take out my 6-string D'Angelico guitar so you can see a little bit easier what I'm doing. And I'm playing here. Hold on. Here's my D'Angelico. XO1. Thank you, D'Angelico, for this guitar. So now look, if I'm playing 1-6-2-5, so I can do arpeggios like this. 7th arpeggios on the C major 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7 like this, and G7. Now, what I want to do particularly is this. I can actually just go around and be able to try to play C major 7th arpeggios all over the neck, first in position, as far as I can reach. Okay, and then also I would try to play different positions. Like and I used to practice my arpeggios like this. Etc. And every possible fingering. Here, everywhere. So that way you really learn your arpeggio all over the neck, every possible fingering, everything. And that's a really great way of learning this, actually. So also you could do it like on the neck, on every chord, just like that. So I would just practice. So if I'm playing a C major 7 like this, I actually try to play these chords, and I try to play them right on the chord, so I can see the chord under each arpeggio. Same with my scales. I got it. Etc. So that's how I practice my arpeggios, everybody. And and that's basically what I do a lot, when I'm practicing. So now let me see with the focus. So let me move this over here. Go back there. And let me close it. So look at this, everybody. What I'm going to do next is this. I'm going to answer another question. And it's a happy birthday. Thank you.
Your birthday is on Tuesday.
Yeah, my birthday's on Tuesday, actually, not Monday. So just so you know. Would you take a request to react to a song? Check out Satellite by Goose, amazing guitar playing, definitely inspired by jazz. I'll check it out later. Richard Django sounds like Goonies. Thank you. So the first song I played was actually If I Should Lose You. It's a really beautiful song. And if you have any questions about that, check it out. That's a great song. So now I'm going to play you another song right now. I've been working on Coltrane changes, and actually one of my I started recently with the great Mike Stern here in New York, and he has a lot of great ideas about Coltrane changes. So Coltrane changes are based on the song Giant Steps, for example. And it's 3 tonal systems. We could talk. I'm going to do a video about that. And so for example, if I'm in the key, Giant Steps is basically the key of E flat. So basically, he takes the John Coltrane took the Slominski book, which is this book, okay, and the Thesaurus of Scales and Melodic Patterns, like this. See this? And what happens is this book. They do all kinds of crazy stuff with, progressions, octaves, all kinds of different things. And basically, he has these exercises where you take the octave and you split it into 3 parts. So you make it an augmented chord, so it's E flat. So it goes from E flat to G, to B, back to E flat. So you got these chords. And or you could just make it a major chord. Etc. So Giant Steps is based on that progression, so you actually go from from the key of B, then you go to G, then to E flat, and then you go into the key of G, to E flat, back to B. Okay. Now back to G, then back to B, and then back to E flat. So you know, I've been working on patterns to play over that kind of song. So you know, so I'll do things like this, going through those chords instead of playing like arpeggios. You could play arpeggios to that song, for example, giant steps. Etc. Sounds boring though. Etc. Someone was asking about arpeggios earlier. So I can actually do that through giant steps, for example. But I mean, what Coltrane did was he did the 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and he would go like this. So 1, 2, 3, 5 is called a tetrachord. So basically, you're going to play on a B chord. Let's say you're going to play a B chord. You're going to go to do the 1, which is the first note B, then the second note, which is C sharp, and then D, which is the third, D sharp, excuse me, and then F sharp, which is the fifth now. 1, 2, 3, 5. He would do that through all the chords like this, the same pattern. All the way through each chord. Etc. So that's how Coltrane would actually play his Coltrane changes. And that was a really interesting way of playing over the changes. But what I've been studying recently is you can just actually, you don't have to play from the root. You can mix those up. Like you can do these patterns like this. You don't have to do that. You can go backwards. So you can go. Let me see. All through those changes, okay? So when I'm actually playing through those changes, I'm actually mixing all this up and trying to use new ideas because I'm always trying to get better. So so let me answer some more questions here. Let me see. I've got to find something here. Bottom, over there. Oh, up there. Under there. Look. Anyway. Okay. So anyway, I'm looking for something, and so everybody, one more question. So I want to let you know if you're enjoying what the content I'm doing. I'm actually taking donations. Oh, everybody, you just got my book. Great. Aiden just got my book. Where are you, Aiden? Thanks. I'm glad you got my book. I'm trying to find my book to show everybody. And it's around here somewhere. I put it here someplace, hidden or under or something. But it's in here someplace. And so this is this is really great, everybody. So if you enjoy what I'm doing, please you could actually donate $1 or more, or if you enjoy the request, to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. And remember, I'm having a sale on my website. You save 20% off. It's my birthday. You can buy my book up there. Everything. I have CDs for sale, like this one, my latest CD, or downloads. If you let me know, I have to put the downloads up there, okay? And I can send you the code, and just use code HBD, to celebrate my birthday. Okay, great. So now let me continue by answering some questions. Desafinato. Oh, I can do that a little bit. Let me see if I can play that for you guys. Desafinato by Rocky Chang. And so let me put that up here. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna use a backing track for this one. Okay, here we go. So let me look for that right now. Desafinato. Here we go. I'll do that a little bit. So that was the request. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. So let me show you my articles that I have for the magazine I'm writing for, and where you can pick up my book as well. Now let me see. Before we do that, let me answer a couple of questions here because I see that people are asking. Look, so my book is released by Acoustic Guitar Magazine. When you go to my website, you can actually see I did an article about sweep picking, which I do a lot on my guitar playing. And the book is in that magazine, and and you can pick up my book on my website, and you can see all kinds of good things about chord melody over there. So this is one of the articles. So go check it out, and if there's any other questions, let me know. I'm going to actually see some more requests here online. I got to look right now. Oh, so There Is No Greater Love, B flat. Okay, yeah, someone's asking for There Is No Greater Love. That's a great song. So let me play you that song right now. Any Wayne Shorter tune. I love Fee Fi Fo Fum behind it. And so let me try Fee Fi Fo Fum for you. Actually, There Is No Greater Love. I haven't played that in a long time. It's funny, guys. I haven't played many gigs recently, and I'm starting to get the gigs. So let me play you There Is No Greater Love and see if I could find that song right now. That's a great request. Let me see. I'm going to play that for you. Now I'm going to play like medium up. And, it's a great song. Let me see. So thank you, everybody. So you know what? I finally found my book that's on my website on sale. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips, and you can get 20% off this book signed. Go to ronjacksonmusic.com and pick up your own copy. Okay. Use code HBD, which is Happy Birthday. I think I have it right here. One of these flyers. This is backwards. So anyway, so use code HBD on my website, and you're gonna get my book. And also, if you're enjoying, if you like my amp that I'm playing through, I use this Henriksen Bud 6 amp. Okay, and the Henriksen Bud 6 amp, you can go to henriksenamps.com and pick up your own amp right here. Let me show you. This amp right here. Okay, and go to henriksen.com and use my code Ron Jackson, all one word, Henriksen Amps. It's a great amp. It's 120 watts, only weighs 13 pounds. Comes with a carrying case. Use my code Ron Jackson, you save 5%. It's a really great amp. You could actually I'm going to take this on the road next year when I go to the Midwest to tour. And use my code, you can save 5%. You can share that code everywhere. Okay? And if there's any other questions, let me know. Also, just to let you know, you can use my code HBD and all this other stuff. And if there's any other questions, let me know. So let me see what other people are saying here about questions. I'm trying to get all the questions here. Someone said Django. Love in the Afternoon by I don't know that one. How much is the amp? So this amp it's expensive, this amp actually, just to be honest. It lists for $1,300. So you get 5% off. But I mean, you know what? I'll tell you guys, I'm gonna tell you a story. I was trying amps, small amps for years. I pay $100, $200 for a small amp. And they always sound like crap. Because when you start playing loud, they start to like break up. And this one is like a really great amp. I mean, it's really worth the money. I said, man, if you want something good quality, you get what you pay for. So I'm a Henderson endorser, and also, and I'm an influencer for them. And these are really great amps. I really highly recommend them. Especially if you want to do a small gig, and you want a great sound. I take this amp and I plug in with singers, and it sounds incredible. It has 2 full channels. You see that? It has in the back, ins and outs. So you can plug right into a PA system. I've been working with a singer in Brooklyn recently, and they can take a line right out of my amp and go into the sound system. There's an effects channel you can put headphones on. This sounds really great when you want to record directly into your digital audio workstation or your audio sound card on your computer. And it has 2 full channels. You can put a mic or a guitar jack in this thing. And it has reverb, everything on each channel. So if I work with a singer, they can just plug into this. I can plug into this at the same time, and it sounds wonderful. So it's really worth the money, because I was wasting a lot of money on these terrible amps and stuff, plugging into them, and they never sound great. But this is a good quality. You get what you pay for. So use my code Ron Jackson. You save 5%, and it's really, I'm telling you, it's worth it. Everybody loves this amp for the size and everything. If I'm playing a bigger gig, of course I'm going to use a bigger amp. But if it's a small gig or even like a medium-sized gig, you can use this amp, and it really works really great. Okay. So let me see. So everybody got to look at my book and everything here, and let me see. Oh yeah, so go to my website as well. Use my code HBD and save 20% off everything. Okay, this new book, guitar picks, vinyls. I have vinyls as well. All kinds of great things. I have a vinyl for sale that's through Elixir that I won through a contest. It's a limited edition vinyl. You can get a vinyl from me there. All kinds of stuff. But it's all weekend, and come check it out. So let me see if there's any of the requests here. Let me see. Any Wayne Shorter tune. Let me do the song called Fee Fi Fo Fum by Wayne Shorter. So, and then let me look for the backing track, and so I can play along with it for you, and we can play that song a little bit. Fee. Here it is. Let me see how fast it is. Yeah. So that was Fee Fi Fo Fum, a request. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, for playing the Tehran. I have it. I'll add it to the list. Sounds great. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Glenn. And I'm glad I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. And I'm trying to answer your questions and requests as best I can. Some of these songs, since the pandemic, I haven't been playing this stuff, so it's like a good review for me. There's been no gigs, so and it's been like a kind of a rough year for us musicians, but we really appreciate you guys. And again, if you're enjoying the show, of course, if you'd like to donate, if I've taken some of your requests and you'd like to donate, not required, but if you would like to, please donate $1 or more to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App is all Ron Jackson Music. And I really appreciate you guys watching. And I'll try to answer the questions as best I could. Hey Dario, it's good to see you, man. Everyone play Foo Fighters. I need to work on the Foo Fighters songs actually, but this is mostly a jazz kind of a live stream. So, and I like to go live on YouTube. I have a lot of subscribers now, and please everybody watch my videos. I try to put out some good, credible information, and I'm playing live. It's not pre-recorded, so it's all raw and there for you, and I try to answer your questions as best I can. So thank you. So yeah, these are my my payment options. If you'd like to donate, it would be really great if you can. to help me out during this pandemic. And I'm going to be getting back to gigs soon. You know, I only have one gig this week, but you know, in the spring I'm going to the Midwest for a tour. So Midwest, look out! Come by my gigs, okay? We're going to be advertising. I'm doing a tour. I'm doing a new album. And so my last album, Standards and Other Songs, did really well. And you know, and I'm going to be doing some stuff off that. But also I'm going to be doing a new record called Standards and My Songs. And it'll be a bunch of, you know, like standards that I'm arranging, and also pop songs and all kinds of stuff, okay? So let me play you another song. Oh, Cherokee. That's a good one. I'm going to do that one. Oh, yeah, great. Dane, good. Dane found my YouTube shorts. Dane, good to hear you guys. I'd like to mention everybody by name, too. There's also Let's Jam. Thank you, Let's Jam. I'm going to try to play Everlong Foo Fighters. I don't know that one. I'm sorry. I can only do requests I know if I can, or kind of know. Let's Jam. Well, I could do Cherokee for you, Dane. And let me see. Midwest. Okay, Dane, you're in the Midwest. I'm going to be coming to. Just look at my website. I'm doing a tour. I know I'm going to Ohio, Minnesota, Kansas, Wisconsin, Madison. I'm going to be over there. So just take a look at my website. Did you study with Dunbar? I studied with Ted Dunbar. Yes, Shiva. Yes, and I did study with Ted Dunbar. He was great, man. He really helped me learn the fingerboard. Okay, let me play you Cherokee, since someone was asking about that. Let me put it kind of up. I need to practice my up tempos today. Just so you guys know, I didn't touch the guitar till now, really. You know, I've been busy, you know, teaching and playing guitar. Also, I teach. So if you want to get to, you want to study with me, please let me know. I'll put Cherokee at 300 right now, okay? Which is kind of a fast tempo, but not too fast. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to put in Cherokee at 300 for you guys. Here we go. warm up. Now, you know what's funny? I'm playing my 7-string right now. I mean, my 6-string. But I usually play my 7-string. And thank you. So, yeah, that was Cherokee. Someone that was a request. And thank you. You know, let me see. These are some of my favorite chord changes. Could you play 4 on 6, please? Thank you. So let me play that for you. I want to use my 7-string this time. Play Stairway. I played that earlier, actually. Dane, I can play a little bit of that for you. Hold on. Let me get my 7-string for you guys. I'm going to be going on just for a little bit more. I've been up here for like at least an hour now. No. 47 minutes. I see right here. So again, everybody, there's a sale. It's a birthday sale. I got to let people know. I'm having a birthday sale on my website. Save 20% off my website, everybody. Okay. Use code HBD at ronjacksonmusic.com. And you can get cool books like my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, all about cool chords that like you could do chord melody. Here's one of my exercises right here where you can learn a full chord melody of, I think it's called Billy Boy. You know, you develop it from like one simple melody line into a full chord melody. So it's a really great book. Actually, one of my people watching right now just got my book in the mail, and so they've been using my book. And, you know, it's a great book. It comes with video and tabs and everything. I'm a legend. Thank you. Yeah, this is a great book. I sold a bunch of books already, guys. So pick up yours. You get 20% off. And, you know, right now, the sale will end soon. It's my birthday weekend, so it's going to end soon. So come back and check it out. Oh, someone's asking about Chet Atkins. You know what? I studied Chet Atkins stuff too a lot before, and I can play a little bit of stuff like that. But before I do that, let me play that request for 4 on 6. Let me see if I can do it without backing track. 7-string. Yeah, it's tricky. It's really tricky to play between 7-string and 6-string. So I was playing a 6-string a minute ago, then I'm playing 7-string. So it can kind of mess you up a little bit. But you know, I'm playing live, unedited and filtered. You know, and I play most of the notes correctly. So that's what it's all about, everybody. I saw this video with Brian May. It was a short, and he went and started playing one of his solos to his song. You know, I don't know what he was doing, but anyway, he started playing and he played it wrong. He said, that's what it's all about, everybody. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be. The most important thing is the feeling, you know. So you know, when I'm playing, you know, I put my best feel I can in there, and I try the best I can to play. So let me see. Hey man, much respect. Can you show us how to approach a dominant 7th run? Like how you approach soloing over 1, 4, 5 in the key of A, or whatever. Most guys are stuck in the pentatonic box. So if I'm playing a 1, 4, 5 in the key of A, B. O'Keefe. Hey, B. O'Keefe, shout out to you. So if I'm playing a 1, 4, 5, A dominant, let me tune up real quick. So if I'm playing A dominant to D dominant, I'll play the dominant 7th scale. Now, the dominant 7th scale is, for example, in the key of A, it's just an A major scale, which I don't want to name all the notes, it'll take too long, but it's this scale. You basically lower the note, the 7th, to make a dominant scale. So if I'm playing a blues, if I'm playing over an A, I will play that scale. Then when I get to the D7, I'll play the D dominant scale. Then back to A7. Then D7, then A7. Then I would go to the E dominant. Then D. Then A. Then back to E. So when I'm taking a solo, I'm doing it that way, but there's a lot of ways you can do that. I'm only playing the same fingering to show you that's the easiest thing to do. But you should be able to play all that kind of stuff in you know, with all the different fingerings you possibly can. Do arpeggios. Etc. Etc. You can go through the blues just like that. Okay? So that's how you practice the dominant 7th chord in the scales through a blues. So you can get around that pentatonic run. You know, that's a very, you know, I don't want to knock guitar players for playing pentatonic. Actually, we all start playing pentatonic. And that's the easiest thing to play on the guitar is because of the way it's set up, the neck, and the strings, excuse me, on how they're tuned. But, you know, if you want to get to jazz and stuff, that's when you have to really learn how to play your scale. So, you know, that takes a little time. It takes a lot of, you know, you have to get yourself to a different level. And, you know, I love pentatonic, you know, and, you know, I love playing changes. So you can mix them both up and make a real cool sound. I was taking a lesson with the great Mike Stern, and he mixes everything up. He really is great, knows all kinds of stuff about jazz, but he also knows the rock stuff. So yeah, so let me see. There's some other questions here. African rumba. Someone asked me about Chet Atkins. I can play a little bit of Chet Atkins kind of stuff on my 6-string. Here's one of my songs off my albums, which is called Old Country Road. Okay, and this is the album. You can get it on my website. Remember, everything on my website is 20% off, everybody. So if you want to get this, use my code HBD. This is one of my records. It has all acoustic guitar, and I do all kinds of acoustic guitar stuff, you know, from African sounding stuff to calypsos to jazz to like Chet Atkins stuff. So you can pick up this album here. It's called Acoustic Adventures. And it was gave a great, Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review when it came out. Wow. Yeah, get that. It has all kinds of stuff. You can save 20% on my website. Use code HBD, okay? And you can get this great CD. And this is one of the songs on it. So you can get an idea of how I can play fingerstyle a little bit. I'm not the best fingerstyle guitar player, but actually, I'm pretty good, but I don't practice as much as I should. Let me see. One of my songs. my songs. Oh, it's funny because YouTube will probably flag that song because they think, oh wow, that's not your song, but that's one of my songs actually. So I'm gonna have to put a copyright infringement thing in this and say, look, it's my song. You'll see. Actually, when that happens, actually my copyright person will say, will let it go because it's my song. But thank you everybody for watching. So you know what? I had a great day today. I'm sorry I couldn't answer everybody's questions, but it's my birthday weekend, and it's good to go live on my YouTube. Please follow me. Thank you, Dario. Someone made some comments here. You should check out Cabby Dango and Adam Levy and Mason Stoops. It's got your name on it. Lots of luck. I'm a good friend with Adam. Actually, Adam, so you guys know, Adam Levy, he mentioned Adam Levy. He's one of the writers in the book I'm in. There's Adam right there. You see him? Adam Levy. So if you pick up this book, he has a couple of lessons. I have about 3. I have I think I have 3 or 4 in this book. And you can learn some cool things from Adam about about what he does and his specialty is. So please go to my website again, and it's my birthday. Go check out my books and everything. You get 20% off everything. Use my code HBD at ronjacksonmusic.com. Yeah, no way. It's true. Yeah, he's in the book. He's a friend of mine, and he just moved back to Brooklyn in my neighborhood over here. So, yeah, thank you guys. And also, guys, if you enjoyed the show, definitely, if you can, I'm trying to find that banner. I have so many banners and stuff. That if you like to donate to my show, donate to to my PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, please go to Ron Jackson Music and do that, please. Okay, it's also on the description. If you'd like to donate, that would be great. And at Ron Jackson Music, and appreciate you guys. And I'll be back live. I'll go live at least once a week. So I'm going to go live. If I'm not out of town or touring or something, I'll be going live once a week on YouTube and answering your questions. And I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we'll talk soon, everybody. I mean, it was really fun. There's always issues when you go live with there's no editing. Like I'm trying to find stuff and it's crazy. Also, just to remind you, I forgot to tell. I always have these things. I'm an influencer. If you want to get my code, I have a nice clean shave. If you want to go to skullshaver.com, use my code Ron Jackson. You save 10% over there. And I have cool razors that I shave with, and they make it for men and women. So that's another thing that you can get a discount through me. Ron Jackson Guitar is Ron Guitar is this one. Sorry, Ron Guitar. Okay. And if you like my amp, Henriksen amp, this amp that I've been using right here. Let me show you. This amp I was showing you earlier, the Henriksen amp, the Bud 6. You can get everything at Henriksen amp for 5% off. They're expensive amps, but they're worth it, okay? I've sold a lot of amps this year using my code Ron Jackson, okay? So use my code Ron Jackson. You can save 5% on Henriksen amps. And thank you, everybody. And, email me at Ron Jackson Music, or if there's anything you need, and we'll, hey, I like this guy. He's saying some things about scale runs. John, practice scale runs like going up to 4th, back, 3, 4, etc. Yeah, those are different things. You have to practice your scales every possible way. Yeah, hit me all up, everybody. Yeah, sorry, I'm about ending it right now, everybody. But we'll talk, everybody, and thank you for watching. It's Ron Jackson. You can watch the playback of this. There's a lot of information, a lot of live playing, and no editing and anything. And we'll see you guys very soon. And happy birthday to me. And yeah, there's a Chad. Yeah, I heard about that guy, Dane. Yeah, these guys are like really big on YouTube. I mean, I'm getting a lot of followers, but these guys really. I can't, keep up with all this stuff, but I'm trying to do the best I can. That's why I go live too, instead of putting all these videos up that are really edited. So we'll see you guys soon. Follow me everywhere, everybody. Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. Please don't stop your live. I'm sorry, I've been going for like an hour. Okay. Happy Born Day, Ron. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. How do you say that? Abskip. You can join Patreon too, everybody. If you really enjoyed this too, and you want to learn about my stuff, I have a Patreon account, okay? And it's, you know, it's very reasonable. You can get $3 a lesson. And you can go on my website and buy printables too, of course. And you can just go there and join my Patreon and teach you. Teach you jazz. Okay, if you want to learn jazz with me, contact me. All my contact information is on my website. Everything, okay, everybody. So I have some new students coming this weekend, actually. So go to my Patreon, join for $3 a month, or if you just want to support me, it's $1. Or there's much more higher levels. You can actually study with me, okay? And so everybody, will talk soon, and thank you very much. Have a great day. I'm sorry I have to leave, and I have things to do today. And I play a little bit of Cheap G Jazz, of course, too. Yeah, of course, yeah. I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. He played with Stefan Grappelli, who played with Django Reinhardt. So we'll talk. Everybody, thank you, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Django! Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. Just doing a little test here for my patrons and making sure you guys can see me and or hear me. Hopefully, you guys can hear me fine over there. Just checking to see if I can. Oh, yeah, I see 2 people up there already. That's great. Now, if you want to, okay, this is going to be a workshop about the 6 and 7 string guitar, the chords, and accompaniment. So you should be subscribed on YouTube, and you should be able to chat with me. There's a chat box to ask questions. Okay, so let me say that right now. You should be able to chat with me, I hope, to ask questions. You have to log in somehow to hello, are you there? Okay, you should be able to log in and hear me. Hold on. I'm going to start in 1 minute, 2 minutes. A lot of technology here. I'll plug this into this. I'm going to make sure also that I'm plugged directly into the internet. And if you guys ever, start studying with me in person and it's long distance, you could actually use this program called Jamkazam, where you could actually play with me at the same time. I'm trying to figure out how to do that and actually try to stream from there for my. I might actually try to do that next, try to do a Jamkazam, but everybody has to have the same setup. I'm going to turn the light back on so you can see me better. That's good. So if you have any questions, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Reggie, just making sure you can you hear me clearly? Send me a message. Reggie Hagee is one of my students, a great guitar player who's in Long Island, New York. If you can hear me, just actually let me know that you can see me and hear me. Yes, great. So let me play you something before we go, start getting into the workshop about the difference between 6 and 7 string guitar and accompaniment styles. Here we go. I'll play a song for you. Okay. I don't know who else is watching. I know I see two people watching, but I hope you can figure out how to chat with me on the live chat. So I just played that song, Will You Still Be Mine? And in the key of E flat. And I did a bunch of stuff in there to show you how to, accompaniment styles and comping styles. Now, I mean, the most important thing for me in jazz, and actually for everybody, is not only to play the melody, but is also know your chords and your harmony, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But the most important thing about jazz is actually improvisation at the end. So my goal really is to teach 6 and 7 string guitar players how to actually improvise. But today we'll talk about accompaniment styles and the difference between the 6 string and 7 string guitar. So this is a 7 string Eastman AR model here, AE 810 CE7. It's a great guitar that I got directly from the company. I have a Seymour Duncan pickup on it, and I have these Labella jazz tape strings on it. I'll show you what it looks like. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is backwards. The camera's backwards, but it's okay. So they're pretty heavy strings, and the guitar is pretty a beast to play. It's a 17-inch guitar. So obviously, I think most of you who are on my Patreon tune your guitar to the low 7 string. I learned that from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli. He just said to me, tune it to an A. Make sure you have a low A on there. So I mean, the easiest thing about the 7 string, about this tuning of the 7 string, is that you do have a doubled A. This one. So any chord that has a A string in it, the 5th string A, you could just double, like a C chord. Just play it, double it there. I mean, it's simple, but not that simple when you start playing, actually. So you could, if you do like a 1 6 2 5 and A minor and C minor, I mean C major, excuse me. C, A minor, D minor, G7. You could do half of that with the 7 string. Just double, just replace the 5th string with the 7th string. Now you get to this thin sounding 4th string. So that's when you're gonna have a problem. That's when you're gonna have to use the 7th string again. So you're gonna have to go. Now I would have to use a bar D minor chord to get that 7th string and get that full sound of the 7th string on a 1 6 2 5. I'm gonna turn my guitar down a little bit. I know it was overdriving a little bit when I was playing. So you're seeing how I'm doing a bass line right now. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4, and I'm hitting the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm hitting the chords on the and of 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Now you could actually start doing a bass line with that too. That's actually an easy accompaniment pattern. So that's a 1 6 2 5 pattern using the 7th string of the 7 string guitar, replacing the 5th string. So that's the easiest thing to actually do. So when you're actually playing a 7th string, just replace this 5th string with the 7th string, and you can do all kinds of wonderful things. So if I'm doing the same pattern in a higher register, where I'm using the 6th string, like this C major 7 or like this. Okay, any kind of C chord. Okay, welcome a third person that joined my chat. To the level. And if you have any questions, please do me a favor and try to join the chat box. Or if you want to text me, actually, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to check my text if you have any questions, let me check my text right now. I want to make sure you guys get your questions in. Text me. I'll put my text right now. If you can't get on chat, hold on. You can also text me your questions. I'm going to have my phone on. I'll turn the ringer on to make sure you text me. And so you can ask questions about anything. So so when I started getting into accompaniment, the most important thing to know is your basic chord voicings. Okay, everybody. So if you want to text me, I want to tell you right now. If you have any questions, if you can't see the chat, it is 718-768-7736. 718-768-7736. And you could actually send me a text about any questions you have about accompaniment styles, okay? Or the 6 and 7 string guitar today. So the most important thing is know your basic voicings, everybody, on the 6 string first. Now everybody wants to jump to 7 string, but they you know, I think you know, you have to kind of almost master the 7 string, be pretty advanced to get to this. On the 6 string, you have to be pretty advanced to be on the 6 string already. Then switch to the 7 string, okay? So you have to know all your basic chords, of course, because what I try to do is I try to translate with my students. You have to make sure you know all your basic open string chords. You can't like skip that. C minor, A minor, all the variations. A major 7, dominant 7, sharp 5. 6. All the possible variations. Okay, D minor, D7, all that. These are going to be really helpful because that's how you create all your bar chords. Okay, they all come from the open string chords actually. And when you see people with capos playing, they don't know how to play bar chords, so they use a capo. That's the main reason. And I rarely use a capo unless I have to play a song that's like, well, I have to play a bar chord for like 2 hours, and then you know, my left hand starts to fall off. That's when I put a capo. So I just play the open string version of whatever the bar was. So it's very important to know your open string voicings and know how to change your chords, okay? So if I'm playing like a typical C, I might grab my 6 string. So for people who are watching too, you should know this on both guitars. But if I'm playing like a typical, let's say a 6 string C chord, C major, this is a very common voicing, but you gotta get used to playing this, to knowing how this chord functions. A lot of people, you know, a lot of written music is based on the piano, which is written in thirds. So the guitar is written, you know, is actually tuned in fourths. Okay, so this is actually this voicing is not like a root 3rd and 5th. This is actually a root 5th, root 3rd, 5th, root. Okay, so you have to kind of understand how to change the chord to different chords and knowing where, you know, how chords are voiced on the guitar. So if I want to make this into like a C major 7, I have to change. I mean, there's a few different possibilities, but I have to change this note. Remember, the 7th is a root all the way up to the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is that degree. Okay. Now these are diatonic intervals. So the major 7ths are diatonic. Diatonic means within the scale, and remember, the major scale is the mother of all scales, based in European music, and then we translate it to jazz and rock and all our American styles, which all are great musics, okay? So to make a C major 7, I have to take this note, oops, distorted there a little bit, and lower this, okay? Okay, I lower this C to a C, to a B, excuse me. So, but then I'm not playing the 5th down, but I can if I want. I still can. Most guitar players will put this G up an octave to play that now, and play that voicing. Okay, okay. And then, so basically, I put this back in the octave. That's a typical voicing. Then, to play a dominant seventh, I have to lower this note, which is the flat seven. Okay. A B flat, and then make a six. I would do that. Okay, and then I would make a flat six. Now, the thing is, you don't really need the fifth most of the time unless you're going to alter it. So I'll just play just these notes. 3 notes. That's a very common thing that I play. I actually learned a lot of these chord voicings from the William Levitt guitar book, A Modern Method for Guitar. And he's really great at those chord voicings. So you get a lot of your common voicings like that in major, like da 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 da. So you should know how to do these lines like that through the chords to get your special voicings. Okay, and then so now these are the major ones. Now if I want to make them to minor, so make it minor now. Okay. So I could do the exact same thing in minor now. So you have the C minor. Now, this is the funny thing is you can play the fifth on these, or you could just go. A lot of people do it that way. Like My Funny Valentine to the major, minor major 7. Now, the minor major 7 chord is only one note away from the major 7. You just have a flatted third now instead of the major third, okay? So you remember, everybody, you should know your intervals of your chords by heart. So so you could actually play these chords, so you actually know what you're doing and why you're doing it and what the chord is constructed on. So I usually do a major chord is 1, 3, 5, and the major 7 is 1, 3, 5, 7. Now you have to know how to alter the notes in any key. That way you'll know how to change the chords in any key. So I'll go 1, 3, 5, major 7, 1, dominant, 1, 6, 1, sharp 5, etc. Minor. I'm going minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, minor with a flat 5, etc. Okay? So minor. Da, 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 da. A lot of songs are like that. Then you have My Funny Valentine kind of thing. My Funny Valentine with the minor major 7, the minor 7. Sweet Comic Valentine, that kind of song. And these are very common voicings, actually. So you can actually play it like this, too. You can play 3 notes. And just play the 3-note voicings that I've been showing you on my Patreon account about jazz voicings like that. With the walking bass line, so I'm going minor major 7, minor major 7, minor 7, minor 6, flat 6 or sharp 5 they call it. And you hear this a lot in James Bond movies. Oh, thank you, Biker Chick, for saying that it looks and sounds good. So if you have any questions, please text me or send me a chat. Reggie, you have a question? Usually Reggie has a question. I'm gonna actually, so let me just try playing a song for you using some lines like this. Now this is on the 6th string. We'll talk about the 5th string root voicings like that. Okay. Let me turn this. Excuse me for a second. Now, let me play you a song that uses like a line cliche. Oh, I can do My Funny Valentine, I guess. Let me try that one. I haven't played the melody in a while, but let's try it. I'm going to do a little voicing octave higher. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions right now? It seems like you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. So let me see. So let's talk about the voicings now on the fifth string. If you're having a problem looking at this, make sure you ask me some questions or let me know. But text me at 718-768-7736. Let me just make sure the phone is on here. If you have any questions, also, if you don't have any, if you have a request or anything about what I'm talking about or what I'm doing, please let me know. I'm going to show you a couple of accompaniment styles too as well. Let's talk about the fifth string root, though. So remember so when we talked about the C chord like this in the sixth string, that actually comes from the open string E. So you should know your open string chords from the sixth string root. from the 6th-string root and the 5th-string and the 4th-string root. So they're based on the E chord, the A chord from the open, and D. So those are the most common. These are all root position chords. Now we're only talking about root position. There are a lot of chords with no root positions, of course. We can get into that later, but you have to really know these well. So from the A chord, we can go up to the C bar chord. Okay. So this is actually the same voicing as the 6th-string root chord, but only the last 5 strings of the 6th-string chord. So you're going to basically alter the same notes, but of course, there's very common fingerings that we have in these chords. So you're going to have the C major, then you're going to have the C major 7, which is C major is 1 3 5. The C major 7 is 1 3 5 7. C dominant is 1 3 5 flat 7. Now here's where it gets weird. You're going to have to omit the 1st string. Oh, sorry. And then play. Sorry, I'm playing minor 6. To play the 6, you're going to have to play the voicing just like this. Okay. For this voicing, okay, the 6th chord is 1 3 5 6. You should be able to arpeggiate these chords too. Every possible fingering too. Now, remember that you should be able to play all your arpeggios and fingerings of anything that you learn as many possible ways as possible. Like if I'm playing a major chord triad, okay, I'll show you all the ways I play. Oh, that's the same octave. Same string. I played it so many different ways, and that's just in the same octave. So you should be able to do your arpeggios just like you should know your arpeggios in every key. Any arpeggio with any possible fingering. I mean, I learned this from studying with the great Pat Martino. He basically practices every possible fingering, every phrase, just like that, especially with chords. Okay. Now, so we did the basic chords of the 5th-string root bar chord based on the open A string chord. We did the C major 7, C dominant, C6. Now you're going to go, you're going to make the minor do the same thing, like My Funny Valentine. So C minor major 7, C minor 7, C minor 6. That's when you have to change the fingering. Yeah, like this. And omit the 1st string, excuse me. Or the 5th degree, I meant. That's very, very common, okay? Now, there's other voicings you could actually do too from the 5th-string root. I have to do it like this on the, I'll do it on the F chord like this. This is based on the open string C chord. Move that up. So you should do major 7th, dominant, 6, sharp up. You can do it from that chord to 5th-string root, which is based on the C chord. Now you can do minor. This is harder to play. Okay. And then to do minor major 7, I omit actually the 2nd string now to the 6th, sharp 5, etc. So you should know all these basic voicings on the 5th-string root, okay? So people always ask me, so how do you do these bass lines and with all the comping? So what I do is I do a combo of different rhythms, but most of the time I use the 3rd and 7th like this on each chord. If I'm playing I'm talking about most chords that have like 7th harmony. So like a C major 7. The 3rd and 7th is the E and the B. So I'll play that different ways. My walking bass exercise in the key of C up diatonic was that pattern. Now, I'll just let you know that Bucky Picciarelli is the one that told me to actually do this. So it's it's actually a good thing. And actually, when Freddie Green would comp guitar chords, since we're talking about accompaniment, he would play those kind of voicings. So, like if he's playing a blues, like let's say blues in C, we're in C. That's the easiest thing to do. He'll go. Now this is a jazz blues. Now the best way to play this actually is to play it acoustically as possible. So this is a jazz blues in C. So this is a very common comping pattern in jazz, which you should know really inside out. It's the Freddie Green comping style, which looks easy, but it's not very easy. I worked on it for years with Bucky Picciarelli. Actually, I should be playing acoustic like this. Might have a hard time hearing me. You should have a mic on the guitar too, like this. I'll turn it up a little bit. Bucky said if you play through an amp with this style, that you should always play as soft as possible, because you're supposed to blend in with the bass player and practice with the bass player. Now it shouldn't sound like this. That's wrong, he said. You got to really play it with this finesse, but it's much more technically to get into Freddie Green. It'll take a little while. It will take like a whole lesson, a whole hour, to figure out the technique of your right hand, because you're not actually playing every note. You're playing like playing every note on the beat, on beat 1, and then playing like the 4th string basically on beat 2 and 4. So you get this sound when you're going really fast, like this. So that sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. So that's the Freddie Green style. And what happens usually too is, like, for example, if you're playing a blues, one technique is to always keep this, no matter what chord you're going to, keep playing the 6th string. And that's the one thing I learned from Bucky. So if I'm going from a C7, I'm going to keep the C in the bass when I get to C7. So it sounds like this. So this is C root position, then C7. Actually, 2nd inversion with the 5th in the bass, which is a C. So I'm going to play the whole blues right now, keeping the 6th string. Depending on the chord I'm playing, keeping the 6th string on the bottom. So it's going to be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. See what I just did? I basically kept the 6th string there. That's a technique that Bucky used when you're comping actually in a big band. You just keep the 6th string root there to keep that bottom in there of the chord. But you should obviously know how to switch between, all the roots too, like this. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit so you can see my hand better. We can do this. I'm going to actually hit the roots this time. Remember, I'm only playing the first 6 strings of the guitar. Now I can do a different position. All roots. Now, if I'm going to play this on the 7th string, well, using the 7th string of this guitar, the 7th string, I was just playing the 6th string like I was playing a 6th string. I would actually start, if I'm playing on the 6th string root, I would play 6th string root. When I get to the F, I'm going to play this down here now. Understand? I'm replacing the 5th here. The 5th string for the 7th. So let me play you any chord that has a 5th string root now, or voicing, I'm going to play on the 7th string. So watch this. You see? Oh, it's a little dark on the right hand side of the guitar. Okay. So watch this. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to switch position. Open. Now, do you notice every time I get a chance to play that open A string, I will. When I'm playing the 7th string. So in this case, excuse me, when I went from C, I went from C to F. Then went up from the E minor. Instead of hitting the A like this, I hit that open A string because I want to get that. I want to get that low note. Now this is really unique. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn toward the light a little bit. Someone's telling me. Someone sent me a message. Move toward the light. I'll put the light closer. That's better? Okay. Now, so when I hit the E minor, okay, back to the A7, I'm actually hitting that open A string. So that's the difference I would make between the 6th and 7th string. Then if I get to the D minor, double that, or you can use this chord. Remember, I'm just keeping the 3rd and 7th. Mostly on the, when I play the 3rd and 7th, just so you know, when you're doing the Freddie Green comic style, you're basically just playing the 3rd and 7th, always on the 3rd and 4th string. Like that, you see? Now with accompaniment styles too, you don't have to stick exactly to the chord progression. I do a lot of things like tritone substitutions. Now, what is a tritone substitution? If I'm playing like a C7, instead of playing C7 for like if I'm playing C7, I'm approaching the F7 chord. What I'll do is I'll play a half step above the target chord, which is the F. So I'm going to play an F sharp or G flat, and then go to the F. So that way it makes the song sound more interesting. And also I'm not playing the same harmony out, so I'll go like this instead of going like this. For the first 2 bars, I'll go. I could go a half step below and approach the chord back to C7. I could go, when I do the 2-5 to the G minor to C7, go back to the F, I could just go instead. So that's a tritone substitution. So the tritone substitution for a C is an F sharp or a G flat. Watch this. So I did a tritone substitution of the C, which is a D flat. It's kind of like a G7. Now F sharp diminish. Go down chromatic to the A. These are all substitutions, so you don't have to play the exact chords. Now a lot of these substitutions are actually we call turnarounds, because we're actually turning around through the changes. Approaching different chords, getting to the 2 here, the D minor to 2, the key of C to the 5-7. So I'm approaching. I'm actually doing a chromatic passing chords going to the D minor. like doing these different reharmonizations that are very common when you're actually playing, so that you don't sound, because bass players are actually doing that all the time. They're going. So they're actually naturally doing it. So you can actually do that with your chords too. Follow the bass player like this. Now, we can get to this whole thing about walking bass lines as well. Now, I gave you an exercise on my on the Patreon account about walking bass lines, and they're really basic skills that I gave you, just root and third, just root and fifth basically, or just roots. The best way to really play bass lines and do them well is actually to what's the word? Learn bass lines from other bass players, because that's the best way to actually play the bass line. And so I'm actually a bass player too, so I would actually transcribe these kind of things. Let me move this back a little bit so you can see me better. My face, kind of weird, huh? So, that's that's what I actually try to do. Is what I would actually advise you to do is learn bass lines. So we've been talking mostly about swing kind of patterns, comping patterns, and chord voicings. Now, please, if you have any questions, I know there's only a few people watching. It's about a third of my patronage on Patreon, but I'm glad that you're watching, because you can actually go back and look at this video stream. So I'll have the link up on my Patreon if you missed this. Okay. And also, if there's any questions, please let me know. So another, there's some other styles that I'd like to get into with comping. I mean, there's bossa nova style. Okay. So you saw me playing today. Okay. Oh yeah, Reggie has a question here before I keep going. Learn a bass line, then harmonize them. Yeah, you could actually. So if I'm playing, like, let's say a blues, like for example, a bass player would, the typical thing a bass player does is to get to like from a C chord to an F7, C for one bar, and F7 for one bar. He would just go, and then he'll play a D sharp, E, F, and then go back down. Then he'll go F, and then E flat, D flat. I mean, so you could actually play the chord like this. What I did was I just played the very beginning. I just played the chord on the beat and then stopped it to do the rest of the bass line. Do it again. I mean, that's very common, but you can actually harmonize that too. You can actually go up diatonically. Oh, sorry. Also, I could just take the same chord and just slide it up there. Now going backwards, I could do. I did the third inversion of the F7, going down. Did D minor, then D flat dominant. Back, doing that same bass line. So you could do either a bunch of different things. You could do diatonic. What I do too is I do a lot of parallel motion. Parallel motion is actually this is for Reggie and everybody else. You could take the same chord and just slide it, approach another chord. It's very common in big bands. And like, I just took the same chord, slide it up a half step, or up a half step. I mean, a half step from below or a half step from above. So if I'm doing a bass line and I'm going, I can slide that whole thing up. Sounds good. Then when I get to the G minor, I just go up a half step from that G minor. Now, all these bass lines are bass lines I actually learned from before. So you don't have to play a chord under each bass note. You can actually, you can actually hit the first beat and then continue. You can continue to play the bass line. And so I'm going like, I can go like this, watch. Now you see how I'm holding the notes sometimes, and sometimes I'm actually not playing the chord at all. You don't have to play the chords all the time when you're doing the bass line. It'd be like too much if you just went. Does it sound natural? Woo! Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Musa Moosh next? Yeah. Today I'm going to talk about practicing things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, you know, about going, well, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I mean, I've been working a lot with the, you know, with the harmonic minor, you know, and trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, one of my, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, you know, one of my students there wanted, you know, to know about, you know, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, you know, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, you know, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, I mean, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, you know, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here, which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now, and basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Oh, great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff, I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know is the most advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. I mean, pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please.